Chapter 285. Then do we still want to kill him? Jiang Haitian raised a question. He gave the patent of Taiji rice to Starry Sky University. Now Starry Sky University has started to plant it in many places on Earth. They even opened a special planting base in space. The first batch of rice will mature next year. At that time, hundreds of millions of tons of Taiji rice will be dumped in every corner of the human world. Our sun and moon essence will completely collapse, and the entire group sales will drop by 90%. Even our grand plan of unifying the human market and monopolizing human food will fail. That little bastard, Jiang Li, could be said to have destroyed all of our plans. He deserves to be punished, even if he were to go to the 18th level of hell. Kill him. We must kill him. The family head, Jiang Wuya, punched the table. This little bastard has become a follower of Saint Seesaw, so he's a great threat. Although he has lost his way, he can cause us even more trouble. We can't kill him in human society, but he can't stay in human society forever. Seesaw wants to establish a big sect, so he will definitely be sent to the cultivation world to preach. Yes, Jiang Haiyang looked at the sky. Even if this little B***starred can't become a saint, with Seesaw's support, he will definitely become a powerhouse in the meditative state. When that happens, he might even run for the presidency or become a high-ranking government official. This is a nail that must be removed. In addition, if he builds a religion in the cultivation world, he will also be a threat to our Saint Nailin. Pay close attention to his movements. Once he goes to the cultivation world, kill him immediately. Our Saint Nailin is also preparing a grand plan to kill Seesaw. So what if he is a saint? Saint Nailin already has the ability to kill saints. Then how do we stop the Taiji rice? Our Jiang family is still slightly weaker than Star University. Star University is directly under the command of the highest military department. We can't compete with them. It doesn't matter. Let him plant the Taiji rice. Although we don't make any money, Saint Nailin killed the ancestor of the cultivation world and obtained his treasures. Our family's wealth has already surpassed any human group. We can slowly digest it now. Send someone to keep an eye on that little bastard Jiang Li. Yes. A series of orders were issued from the Jiang clan's headquarters on Treasure Trove Planet. They were swift and decisive, and they transformed into a large network of connections that enveloped the surroundings. They had infiltrated into various industries of the human race. The power of the Jiang family was truly expanding. This was because they had the support of saints. A family without the support of a saint would not be able to infiltrate the various forces of the human race. On Emperor Star, in a barren mountain, 7 cats were walking alone. To be precise, they were no longer cats. They were mutated sky-shaking thunderbeasts. One of the black cats was the same size as an ordinary cat, but every single strand of its hair seemed to be condensed with electricity. Lightning would strike from the depths of the sky from time to time, but to this black cat, it was simply nourishing. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket descended once again, bombarding the Dahe cat's body. The Dahe cat opened its mouth and roared. The wind and clouds changed color, and the surroundings were filled with thunder and lightning. The entire barren mountain seemed to have become a sea of lightning. TSS, TSS, TSS. Thick electric snakes danced about crazily, fiercely bombarding downwards, bombarding the 7-headed cats crazily with incomparable energy. With each bombardment, the soil and rocks on the ground would fly, explode, and crack open. Sometimes, even a small mountain would be blasted into powder. It could be seen that the bombardment of this lightning was equivalent to the human race's missiles. This was also a normal phenomenon. The lightning on Earth was not so powerful. The various natural phenomena on Emperor Star were thousands of times stronger than the natural imagination of Earth. Great Emperor Thunder Seal changed genes. The 7 big cats all roared, continuously absorbing the lightning into their bodies and then spewing it out. In short, while a lot of resentment overflowed from their bodies and was dissolved one by one. This was Dahe, the Flower Mask King, and a group of cute little cats. They wandered on Emperor Star, hunting, cultivating, and sometimes returning to the base to take potions. After being modified by Little Emperor, each cat had very powerful abilities. Especially Dahe. It had survived one lightning tribulation after another. Today was the last lightning tribulation. 7 by 7 by 7. 49 lightning tribulations. It was earth-shattering in one go. Countless lightning bolts rushed into its body like rivers flowing into the sea. It turned into a thundercat, and a huge phantom appeared behind it. This phantom was a wriggling mass of flesh and blood energy. The supreme sword energy demon was purified by the lightning. Rumble. It was condensing into a holy child, breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm. Primordial spirit condense. Holy child condense. Great emperor of thunder, bless me. The energy flesh behind Dahe was wriggling, gradually absorbing large amounts of lightning, becoming very crystal clear. Countless lightning roared in it, violent as if a nuclear bomb had exploded inside. Crack! Sounds of metal disintegrating came from its body. This was Dahe's divine ability starting to change. The 14 demon swords had all become its flesh and blood. The holy child was about to condense. Dahe could be said to be well prepared. Breaking through to the holy child and achieving embryonic breathing realm was more difficult than ordinary humans, but it was much stronger. At this moment, in the Queen Mother's base, Chun Tianshu was cultivating. Suddenly, a long sword beside him moved, seeming to let out a cry. The child sword of this set of 7 slaughtered dark demon sword has been completely refined by someone. My mother's sword has lost its connection, and it's letting out a true cry. Chun Tianshu's heart shook. Back then, he had taken away the mother's sword, making it so that the 7 slaughter devil sword couldn't be fused together. Originally, he had wanted to take away the mother sword as well, but when he saw Jiang Li's Grand Emperor relic and sensed the boundless resentment within it, his heart trembled. It was better to leave. Chun Tianshu, this twin sword of yours is of no use to your cultivation. Let it fuse with the twin sword and allow someone else to completely refine it. Little Emperor opened his eyes, and suddenly a beam of light entered the mother sword. The mother sword flew up, entered a small wormhole, and disappeared. In the next moment, the mother sword was on top of Dahe's head, who was in the midst of leveling up. With a tremor, the mother sword soared above the 9 heavens like a divine dragon, absorbing all the lightning, and then turned into a lightning rune, which was injected into Dahe's embryonic form. After an expert like Chun Tianshu obtained this mother sword, he refined it day and night, and even bathed it in the blood of the sky-shaking thunder beast. Not only did it become more and more mysterious, but during the great calamity of the Great Qian dynasty, this sword was even baptized by heaven's will. Such a change made Dahe reach the heavens in a single step. He had a feeling that he would reach the heavens in a single step. Boom! Countless lightning burst out from Dahe's body again. Dahe had finally succeeded in forming the Saint Fetus. The child and mother fused as one, and sword chi swept out in all directions, cutting infinitely. How much energy did a mother sword contain? It was like many nuclear reactors, operating at all times. Dahe's Saint Fetus had fused with this flying sword, which meant that its Saint Fetus was incomparably powerful. Finally, the Saint Fetus has been formed. Dahe descended and saw that the ground was pitch black all around him. Within a radius of 100 miles, there was no longer an inch of intact land. He was secretly surprised by the vastness of the lightning power. Then a wormhole collapsed slightly, sucking it in along with the other cats. In the next moment, they had arrived in the depths of the Queen Mother's base. Dahe, congratulations on finally advancing to the embryonic breathing realm. Your Saint Fetus is stronger than Gue Junzi's 2 Saint Fetus. Zhongli stood up, very happy. I have fused the mother sword and the child sword into the Saint Fetus. Dahe moved its claws, and energy overflowed. It could be manipulated and changed at will. It's really cool. Zhongli looked at Dahe's changes with some envy. He still couldn't use remarkable power now, and could only control the airflow. Khanate Gangchi and remarkable power couldn't be compared at all. This was because Gangchi was an external object, and it was used to borrow strength to fight, while remarkable power was one's own inner strength. Jiang Li, who asked you to condense the Emperor's fetus? Dahei chuckled. How about it? Are we going to set off for the cultivation world? In this half a year, I have been killing on the Emperor Star, and I don't know how much blood essence and vital chi I have absorbed. I realized that the powerful creatures on the Emperor Star are also like this. We still have to wait for news, Jiang Li said. Waiting for news from Seesaw is still very dangerous. Right now, I bewitched him and blasphemed the saint, but once he's enlightened, we'll be met with calamity. So for now, we have to take things slowly. Jiang Li, it doesn't matter. I've gone through so many mutations, and I'm only one step away from recovery. Once I recover, I won't be a match for the average saint. Killing Seesaw won't be an easy task. Lil the Arch didn't think much of it. Little Emperor was right. He himself was a very powerful figure, and the Queen Mother was also an invincible and tyrannical race. She had also obtained the Emperor Star's Heaven's Will, and even more energy. Among them, the Emperor Star's Heaven's Will alone could dominate the world and destroy everything. So now, Little Emperor was preparing well, and using the Emperor's relic, a withered godhead, to calculate the possibility of resurrection. As the saying goes, if you don't do something, you will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat thinking about it. The Emperor Star's Heaven's Will had fought against Jiang Nalan, the cultivation world, and many of the saints of the human world. In the end, they had only been shaken by the explosion of Jiang Nalan's Dharma treasure. That was not even when Heaven's Will was at its strongest. If Heaven's Will was at its strongest, it could even crush more than 10 saints. Even if they attacked together, they would not be a match for Heaven's Will. Because of this, Little Emperor did not care. Blasphemy bug, come out. Little Emperor suddenly moved, and in an instant, a bug king on Jiang Li's body flew up and was wrapped in liquid crystal. Gradually, it turned into a human that looked exactly like Jiang Li. It was practically a living Jiang Li. Jiang Li felt that the soul of this bug king, the blasphemy bug, was almost indistinguishable from his own. As soon as the blasphemy bug was separated, he felt the pull that Saint Seesaw had on him disappear. Chapter 286. The blasphemy bug king turned back into Jiang Li. Its strength, soul, and even spiritual power were exactly the same. This was the key to confuse Saint Seesaw. From the body of the blasphemy bug, Jiang Li could see that it seemed to be connected to a great existence. This was the connection between believers and God. There was a spiritual thread that could transcend dimensions. God could sense everything about his believers at any time and any place. Let's see what Saint Seesaw is doing. Little Emperor waved his hand. Rumble. A light appeared on the blasphemy bug. In the depths of the light sat a person. This person wore a long white robe and held a shepherd's staff. He shepherded all living beings. At this moment, this person had set up an altar in front of him. The altar was made of a special material. It looked like jade, but wasn't. It looked like gold, but wasn't. This white-robed person with a shepherd's staff was performing a sacrifice. On the altar, there was a small space with a radius of dozens of kilometers. In the depths of this space, there were many living beings and even humans. Heaven's will of the dragon dimension. I will make an equivalent exchange with you here. I will sacrifice living beings and offer many souls and flesh to you. Give me the dragon dimension's energy. This white-robed person with a shepherd's staff was Saint Seesaw. He was performing a large-scale sacrifice. Sacrifices were the most important things in a country. Back then, the great Qian Empire had sacrificed to Heaven's Will and received 20,000 years of good weather. The country had developed rapidly. But now, Saint Seesaw was actually sacrificing the will of a plane. It was not a sincere sacrifice, but an equivalent exchange. He found a high-level dimension, the dragon dimension. Then, he used the soul's flesh and blood of countless living beings as sacrifices and transported them to this dimension. Then, he triggered the fluctuations of the dimension's will, and according to the laws of the dimension, it would give him energy. This was the highest secret of sacrifice. Since ancient times, people prayed to gods and Buddhas. This was actually a kind of exchange. They offered their faith to the gods and Buddhas, offering sacrifices and praying for their blessings. However, most gods and Buddhas wouldn't respond. This was because the gods and Buddhas wouldn't care about such a small amount of power, or the gods and Buddhas they prayed to didn't exist. Most of the sacrifices were for nothing. But experts were different. They knew what could be sacrificed and what couldn't. Worshipping the heavens was fine, but worshipping other deities was a waste of time. Some experts even chose to sacrifice to other dimensions in an attempt to communicate with the dimensional will, hoping that the dimension would bestow them with great power. A complete dimension had its own will, and that kind of will wasn't something a saint could compare to. Even 100 saints couldn't compare to the will of a great dimension. The planet had its own will, but although this will was vast to humans, it was too weak to the dimension. For example, the cultivation world wasn't even a dimension. The will of this world dreamed of becoming a complete dimension. Just thinking about it, the power of the Emperor Stars was enough to make people shudder. The will of the cultivation world was countless times stronger than the will of the Emperor Star, and a complete dimension was countless times stronger than the cultivation world. Therefore, a saint to the will of a dimension was like an ant to a divine dragon. A complete dimension could nurture many saints and even gods. However, saints could communicate with the will of the dimension, just like how mortals prayed to Buddha. They could use various prices to exchange for the favor and rewards of the dimension. These were the various sacrificial methods. This was no longer a martial art, nor was it a divine art. It was a celestial art, a national affair, the path of sacrifice. Generally speaking, martial arts were used to change a person's stamina and combat power. Divine arts were used to change rivers and mountains, and sacrifice was used to change thousands of generations. Ever since Jiang Li saw the Qin Empire's sacrifice to the heavens, he had developed a great interest in the path of sacrifice. However, humans didn't have a deep understanding of the art of sacrifice. In addition, his cultivation level was low, and he hadn't even started to study divine arts, let alone this art of sacrifice. To put it simply, sacrifice was a way for humans to communicate with a powerful being. If the communication was good, the powerful being would come into contact with you and bestow you with power. If the communication was bad, the powerful would crush you to death or not respond to you at all. Therefore, the cultivation of the art of sacrifice required luck. Perhaps 1 out of 10,000 people would succeed, and the rest wouldn't receive a response from the powerful being. However, the stronger the spirit and the higher the cultivation level, the higher the success rate of the sacrifice. This was a widely recognized rule. Now, Saint Sisa was sacrificing to the dragon dimension in an attempt to obtain more things. At this moment, all the living beings in his dimension, including humans, exploded under his powerful will, turning into wriggling flesh and blood that seeped into a great and mysterious dimension. This went on for who knew how long. Rumble. The dragon dimension seemed to have received his sacrifice. Suddenly, a divine dragon-like energy rushed into his body, and scales grew all over the dimension. This was an extremely powerful and vast wave of biological energy. Jiangli could even hear Sisa's surprised voice. The dragon dimension's energy is really amazing. This biological energy is comparable to immortal qi, but it's very difficult to refine. It's rampaging in my body, trying to change my genes. How is this possible? How can it change a saint? Good. Little Monarch saw this scene and laughed. This time, Sisa's sacrifice to the dragon dimension connected with the power of the plane and gave him pure dragon qi. This is an extremely powerful biological energy, violent and difficult to dissolve. When ordinary humans come into contact with this energy, they'll immediately become serpent men or dragon men, and their genes will change. But if a saint refines it, he'll still benefit greatly. The saint will be stronger, and his spirit will have the majesty of the dragon race. However, this thing is holding him back. It might take a few months or even a year for him to refine it. In such a long time, I might have already become a saint. Next, we'll harass him. I'll create more blasphemy worms and have them attach themselves to the people in the cultivation world. The more faith he obtains, the greater the backlash in the future. That's good. Zhongli knew that everything was under Little Monarch's control. Saint Sisa was walking step by step into a dead end. Although Sisa had given him many benefits, Zhongli didn't feel the slightest bit of gratitude. This was because Sisa had hit him while he was down. At a crucial time, he had asked him to believe in him. This could be said to be nipping his chance of becoming a saint in the bud. If he hadn't agreed back then, he probably wouldn't have been able to live until now. Zhongli couldn't wait to kill this person who hit him while he was down. So what if he was a saint? He would still be sucked dry. Zhongli. At this moment, a strong will broke through the air and was transmitted to the body of the blasphemy worm. It gave an order. In 3 days, you will go to the cultivation world. A battleship will send you there. When you get there, you must establish my sect. I'll be cultivating in seclusion now. Almighty Lord, it's all up to you. The blasphemy worm said respectfully. Saint Sisa's will disappeared. As expected, she didn't have time to talk. She was focused on comprehending the secrets of the dragon dimension. Little Monarch only sneered. Saint Sisa could see everything through the blasphemy worm, but Little Monarch naturally had a way to make what she saw fake. Therefore, Sisa ignored the entire Queen Mother's base. Chen Tianshu, Chen Zhenghua, what do you think now? I'm going to the cultivation world. You two come with me. Little Monarch turned to Chen Tianshu and Chen Zhenghua. It's time to go to the cultivation world. The two looked at each other. We have no place to stay on the Emperor's Star. We can work hard in the cultivation world and leave a foundation for the great Qian Empire. Then, the two said, Little Monarch, what orders do you have? Orders? It's simple. I'll help you build a foundation in the cultivation world. You have to work for me. Of course, I'm also the will of the Emperor's Star. If you worship me now, I can also give you benefits. Come, these are the blasphemy worms I created. One for each of you. When you get to the cultivation world, you can feed them. Then pretend to be persuaded by Jiang Li and sincerely believe in Saint Sisa. Yes, Chen Tianshu and Chen Zhenghua knew very well that Little Monarch was going to make a move on Saint Sisa. Step by step, when the faith gathered to a certain level, there would be a sudden backlash. Little Monarch could then use the backlash to take over Saint Sisa's body and truly absorb her, turning her into an empty shell. All right, I'll completely transform you in the next 3 days. Then, we'll enter the cultivation world together. Our goal this time is to take over the entire cultivation world, Little Monarch said. Jiang Li, you have to be prepared. I've already separated your king worm and blasphemy worm. I'll control the worm, and I'll help Sisa build a sect. This way, you can cultivate in peace and fight in the cultivation world. Remember, after you enter the cultivation world, I can only build a base in secret. I can't come out to help you. You know, the heavenly will in the cultivation world is very strong. It can't be used on those above the saint child level. I have to slowly assimilate with the heavenly will before I can use my spells. After you enter the cultivation world, you'll be able to show your strength. That's not a problem. All right then, sit down and let's get started. I've recently comprehended the Queen's ultimate skill and unlocked countless technological trees. I've verified it with the Great Emperor's seal and learned many secrets. I'll pass them on to you now so you can adapt to life in the cultivation world. Little Monarch started using his spells while Jiang Li immersed himself in the wondrous cultivation. Jiang Li cultivated for 3 days in a row. On the 3rd day, Goliath sent him a message. Come to Starry Sky University's warship jump base immediately. Today is the day to go to the cultivation world. Be prepared. I'll explain everything to you. When Jiang Li replied to the email, he saw little Thearka's Empress Mother base suddenly shrink, turning into a thumb-sized kingdom that entered his body. It even included Chen Tianshu and Chen Zhenghua's Infinite Universe map. Chapter 287. Little Emperor was prepared to go to the cultivation world. After all, the cultivation world was rich in resources and could obtain many things. There were also many opportunities to obtain the cultivation world's heavenly will, which was incomparable to the Emperor's star. Of course, Little Emperor's foundation was the Emperor's star. He had also left a part of his will on the Emperor's star, waiting for the Queen Mother to refine the entire planet into the base. He had built a wormhole on the base on the Emperor's star, so he could jump from the cultivation world to the Emperor's star at any time. Human science could now perform wormhole jumps. Little Emperor's technology and energy were above human technology, so he was even more proficient in using wormhole jumps. After so many months of operation, Little Emperor had gained the trust of Qin Tianshu and Shen Zhenghua. This group of people could temporarily be used by him, but they hadn't been completely converted. However, Little Emperor wasn't in a hurry. This group of people was still in his hands, so they couldn't escape. When Jiang Li saw the Queen Mother's base enter his body, he closed his eyes and used his powerful mental energy to check. He couldn't see it at all, as if it had turned into a cell, or something smaller than a cell, hidden in the depths of the void. Amazing! Jiang Li exclaimed in surprise. My current mental energy of 20-dimensional units is equivalent to 20 times that of a person who has just entered the embryonic breathing stage. Not to mention human cells, I can even see the various molecules in the body clearly. Yet, I can't even see where exactly the Queen Mother's base is hidden in the body. This is simply, people who practice to the embryonic breathing realm had a mental energy of one-dimensional unit. The most typical example was that they could see every cell in their body clearly and command it as if it were their own arms. With this kind of insight and controllability, they could adjust the cell structure according to the program of practice and inject all kinds of energy and nutrition to adjust their body, making it even stronger. However, Jiang Li's mental energy had already surpassed this realm, and he could arrange the molecules in his body. Such insight and body modification ability had already surpassed the first and second tier of the embryonic breathing realm, reaching the third tier of the embryonic breathing realm, the mixed origin breath realm. If his mental energy could be further improved, he could even see the structure of his own atoms, and then use his powerful ability to change the properties of the atoms and transform the body at will. This was equivalent to the ability to create things. As early as the country's scientific research, it was possible to change the atomic structure and turn stone into gold. However, it required a lot of energy. For example, bombarding atoms with a huge amount of energy could turn other metals into gold elements. Currently, some experts in the meditative tranquil realm had extremely tyrannical, sacred embryo energy. They could change the atoms in their bodies in an instant. For example, they could turn into a golden man, a pure metal life form, or some other life form. This was the ability to change life forms at will and adapt to all kinds of cosmic environments. However, this was an ability that could only be obtained at a high level of the meditative realm. This kind of realm required the cooperation of a strong mental strength and the energy of the sacred embryo. Jiang Li was far from being strong enough, but Xiao Di had already surpassed this level. Not long after, he arrived at Starry Sky University and found a military battleship waiting for him. Marshal Goliath was waiting for him. When he saw Jiang Li, he immediately called out, "Jiang Li, hurry up and get on the battleship. We will enter the mothership in space and then go to the cultivation world." It's not easy for humans to go to the cultivation world every year. With our invasion, the will of the cultivation world was stimulated and became more and more united. Let me tell you, every time humans go to the cultivation world, they are the best of the best, the best of the best. Yes, Jiang Li boarded the battleship. The battleship started moving with a loud bang. 5 hours later, the battleship arrived in the pitch-black depths of space. Stars shone brightly and meteors streaked across the sky, showing the depth and vastness of the universe. This was deep in space. The Emperor's star could no longer be seen. Some meteors moved at high speed and bombarded the body of the battleship from time to time. However, they were all shattered and did not cause any damage to the battleship. Beep, beep, beep. A large energy screen appeared in the depths of the battleship. Now, we are in an asteroid belt. Outside is a vacuum with no gravity. The temperature is minus 200 degrees Celsius. There is extremely strong radiation from interstellar dust and the impact of meteorite particles. It is extremely dangerous. I hope you do not leave the battleship. We are approaching the mothership. Others might not be able to withstand the temperature of minus 200 degrees Celsius, but Jiang Li's body could still withstand it. However, the meteorite particles outside were very dangerous. In the universe, the movement speed of these tiny particles was extremely fast. Even a drop of liquid could kill a person under high-speed impact. Even a high-level mecha could be penetrated by these particles. The radiation from interstellar dust was also extremely strong and could cause cell mutation. In the past, humans had done research. Babies born from radiation in space could mutate and become extremely strong, while others turned into monsters. The various types of radiation in the universe were many times stronger than the radiation from nuclear explosions on Earth. Some could even penetrate through the radiation of the battleship. Jiang Li wrapped his body with his mind and discovered that some extremely small energy particles had penetrated through the battleship and permeated the entire space. This was radiation. Some were viruses. Of course, after being filtered by the battleship, they could no longer affect the human body. However, he still had to be careful. Some space viruses were extremely ferocious and could even wipe out a race. In the past, humans had encountered such an incident. During an interstellar exploration, the people on a battleship were infiltrated by the virus and turned into something like zombies. When they returned to the human race, it began to spread on a large scale. It was not easy for the human saints to use their peerless methods to expel the virus. Technology was actually helpless against that kind of virus, and they could only rely on the supreme mystiques of the saints to deal with it. Therefore, humans were very cautious about traveling in space. After returning, they had to go through all kinds of checks and a long observation period. They absolutely could not bring the virus into human society. This was not a wormhole jump. It was traveling in space. Wormhole jump was different. In the twisted wormhole, no virus could survive. Of course, Jiang Li's body was the Emperor's body. It was full of energy. Every cell had water, fire, wind, thunder, and all kinds of changes. Naturally, the cells had a devouring ability that could kill any virus. Therefore, he was not worried about the situation of the interstellar virus. Moreover, his Emperor's body was gradually no longer made of flesh and blood. Many viruses that were only effective against flesh and blood were useless against him. The human mothership has appeared. The battleship flew for a while more. Suddenly, the asteroid belt in front of them was cleared, and a huge mothership appeared. This mothership was circular in shape. It was almost the size of a city. This mothership had an area of 50 square kilometers and a height of a few thousand meters. It was simply a floating city or a space base. This is one of our human motherships, Kunlun. Marshal Goliath walked in front of Jiang Li. It represents one of the highest technologies of the human race. This is the spark of civilization that we have prepared for when the human race encounters extinction. This can't be helped. Of course, this is also a base for wandering in space, resisting the invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations and plundering resources at the same time. Amazing, this battleship is really amazing, Jiang Li exclaimed. However, he knew that when the Queen Mother hatched completely and turned into a huge mother nest battleship, this human mothership would be child's play. This battleship flew toward the mothership. A huge hole appeared under the mothership, allowing the battleship to fly in. Jiang Li trembled and felt the world spinning. A wave of energy wrapped around him and began to teleport. He knew that such a huge Kunlun mothership was controlled by energy. When the energy around him dissipated, he was already in a large hall. The ceiling of the hall was a transparent material. He could see the impact of asteroids and the deep space. This was a very hard material. It was not glass or crystal. It was a type of sky crystal. It was not a product of science and technology, but a kind of refining material from the cultivation world. It had a magical effect and was very tyrannical and almost indestructible. This kind of material was also very suitable to be used to build battleships. In this hall, many people were sitting cross-legged. Some wore military uniforms, some wore sportswear, and some wore the uniform of Starry Sky University. There were all kinds of people, men and women, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all strong, extremely strong. When Zhongli walked in, these people did not even look at him. They were all cultivating. Some people even had light flickering above their heads, and many sword chi appeared. This was because they had fused with their flying swords. Some people had a holy fetus above their heads, and their entire person was like a human-shaped nuclear bomb. So strong. Everyone here is a true warrior of the human race. Jiang Li's heart trembled. He had not looked down on them. Just as he walked in, a few more flashes of energy appeared, and some people were teleported in. Obviously, this was a gathering point. Jiang Li found a place to sit down. He did not talk to anyone and waited quietly. In fact, even if he talked to people, they would not talk to him because they were very quiet. It was like the calm before a great war. After 5 to 6 hours, people were continuously being teleported in. In the last battle of the Kunlun carrier, the cabin door seemed to have been closed, and the people teleported were all full. At this moment, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in the hall. The personnel is full. All the warriors who went to the cultivation world have come to report. Now, let's invite Marshal Goliath to speak. Everyone looked at the big screen of the optical computer. On it, Marshal Goliath's figure appeared. Everyone, you are all the elites of the human race, the true warriors. You have been selected from various channels to fight for the future of the human race. Among you, some are from the military, some are from the government, some are from the Star Sky University, some are from the police department, and some are from the science department. Some of you are in the meditation realm, and some are in the embryonic breathing realm. However, in the cultivation world, people in the embryonic breathing realm have to be careful. Your energy is incompatible with the cultivation world, so you have to be very careful. Chapter 288. When you enter the cultivation world, you each have your own mission. When you get there, the first thing you need to do is to survive and, at the same time, contribute to the human base there. The second thing is that you cannot kill each other, and even more so, you cannot kill humans in order to obtain the cultivation world will. If we find out, even your families will be implicated. Marshal Goliath warned. I know that all of you are ruthless, but no matter how ruthless you are, you must always remember one thing. You are humans of Earth, and your roots are humans of Earth. If you lose this, you are not humans of Earth. This warning was bloody. However, Zhongli knew that Saint Sisa had told him the exact opposite. In order to obtain the trust of the cultivation world will, they had to kill as many humans of Earth as possible and obtain the blessing of Providence. It could be seen that the upper echelons of Earth's humans said one thing and did another. What couldn't politicians do? In their hearts, humans were just cold numbers. However, Zhongli would never do that. However, Marshal Goliath would not go to the cultivation world because he was in the meditative realm. With such powerful strength and realm, the moment he entered the cultivation world, he would be rejected by the will of the heavens. One could imagine that if he entered the cultivation world, there would be a ball of tribulation hovering over his head at all times. He might even be burned by heavenly fire, struck by heavenly lightning, torn apart by spatial cracks, or even sent by the cultivation world's will to kill him. After you enter the cultivation world, you will encounter many dangers. Let me tell you in advance, the cultivation world's will is very strong now. Perhaps the moment you enter, those tyrannical existences in the cultivation world will be warned by the will of the heavens to come and kill you. This is like a game where NPCs give out missions to players. After completing the mission, you will be rewarded with many rewards. In other words, once you enter, you will have nowhere to hide. You will be despised by everyone and be hunted down by everyone. You must pay attention to this. The mortality rate is very high, so it's not too late to back out now. There was a short silence. No one answered, as if they were treating Marshal Goliath like air. Since no one is backing out, it shows that you are determined. Marshal Goliath's tone did not waver in the slightest. Then the mothership will start jumping now. Once this step is taken, there's no turning back. Following his voice, the entire Kunlun mothership trembled. Then, Zhongli saw the surrounding space disappear, replaced by endless confusion and darkness. He knew that the mothership had begun a large-scale wormhole jump. At this moment, Zhongli did not move. The Queen Mother's base in his body did not move either. He had not found out which cell the Queen Mother's base was hidden in, or was it hiding in a parallel space of his body? The Kunlun space carrier once again displayed a supernatural ability. When jumping through the wormhole, no one felt dizzy. It was as if they were walking in a sealed space. Rumble. With a loud sound, the Kunlun space carrier seemed to have barged into a swamp. The AI called out urgently, "All personnel, get ready. We have broken into the light membrane of the cultivation world. The mothership cannot enter, otherwise it will be obliterated. Now, you have 10 seconds to get ready. The mothership will wrap you up in a mass of energy and bring you into the cultivation world. Now the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin." Zhongli only felt a powerful mass of energy wrap around him. He was like an ejection seat in a plane crash. Then he began to land. A powerful mass of energy wrapped around him. Like a meteor cutting through the atmosphere, he began to land on the ground. He could not see anything clearly at all. Even when Zhongli extended his spiritual power, he found that he was surrounded by violent force fields. Without this mass of energy to wrap around him, even the body of a great emperor would be in danger. After an unknown period of time, his body trembled and the energy around him dissipated. When his feet landed on the ground, a magnificent scenery of mountains and rivers unfolded in front of him. There were forests all around, tall trees, birds flying everywhere in the sky, and powerful beasts roaring in the forest. In the distance, a huge river was surging and roaring. Further away, flames shot out from the ground, burning fiercely. It was like the flaming mountain in the journey to the west. In the depths of the sky, a western lizard-like dragon flew around, tearing apart birds and hunting for food. What magnificent mountain and river! The scenery was beautiful, rich, and full of spiritual energy. The land was incomparably fertile, and the plants were incomparably lush. Every plant seemed to be exuding a green vitality. This was simply the ideal paradise for humans. Forever green, forever natural. In particular, this was not a planet, but a world, a half-dimension, an area the size of 3 solar systems. In the sky, a mass of light shone eternally like a scorching sun, giving light and heat to the entire world. There were no stars here, and the huge light in the sky was the energy condensed by the will of the entire cultivation world. The will of the cultivation world continuously absorbed energy from various planes and condensed it into a light that was as bright as the sun. It was many times bigger than the sun, and only then could it illuminate the entire cultivation world, making it full of life. The cultivation world was such a half-dimension. Once it became a true dimension, the will could become a god. That was the great emperor, the first owner of the great emperor's relic. Zhongli suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. To humans on Earth, no one felt more familiar with the cultivation world than he did. He had dreamed of the cultivation world countless times and had a sense of familiarity and passion for everything in this world. In fact, when his mind extended out, he could feel a sense of harmony between heaven and earth. When the sunlight shone down, it resonated with his mind. He couldn't help but be intoxicated by the feeling of being one with the world. In the depths of his heart, he felt that the sunlight of the cultivation world didn't repel him. Instead, it trusted him and even relied on him. This meant that the heaven's will of the cultivation world didn't reject him at all. Instead, it felt that he was a person of the cultivation world and a trustworthy person. In other words, he was the legendary person with great luck. In fact, he had long guessed this. The cultivator with the great emperor's relic, the white-clothed man in the depths of the sewers, was a great expert of the cultivation world. In order to protect the cultivation world, he killed countless humans on Earth and was deeply favored by the heaven's will. At the last moment, he was surrounded by many experts on Earth and died a violent death. At the last moment of his death, the heaven's will of the cultivation world was triggered and teleported him to Earth's mother planet to destroy the entire planet, causing humans on Earth to lose their home. However, man proposes, God disposes. That white-clothed man was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Before he could start a massacre on Earth, he had already died, leaving behind only his last will. However, his aura had already been completely absorbed by Zhongli. Therefore, Zhongli was very familiar with the cultivation world. Even when he absorbed the sunlight, he felt that every cell in his body was absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The sunlight of the cultivation world was a kind of energy that the heaven's will of this world had absorbed the energy from countless planes. It not only contained the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, but also various kinds of vitality. It was a kind of energy that was in between immortal chi and spiritual chi. Of course, Jiang Li's cultivation was not at the embryonic breathing state yet, so he couldn't absorb the sunlight of the cultivation world. This warm feeling was good, but it was an illusion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as he was observing the entire cultivation world, many figures descended from the sky beside him. They were all the experts on the mothership. There were at least 1,000 of them. As soon as they landed on the ground, their energy dissipated, leaving only one person. None of these people were easy to deal with. They were much more cultured than the students of Star Sky University. They were elites from all walks of life, military experts, combat talents trained by large companies, and a few of them were like Yang Tatian in Star Sky University. Roar, a strong practitioner of the embryonic breathing state who had just landed, who was trained by an unknown large company, started to use his mind and sacred fetus to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. But as soon as he absorbed rumble, as the sunlight was absorbed into his body actually started to burn with raging flames. A fishy smell appeared on his body, as if he was about to turn into ashes. It was like the vampires in the ancient legends were suddenly exposed to the sunlight. Li Sibo, what's wrong with you? His companion pounced forward, trying to use the Khanate Gang Chi to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Don't move, Jiang Li hurriedly said. This is the energy and soul of humans on Earth that has caused the heaven's will of the cultivation world to retaliate. We are like an invading virus, and the energy and sunlight of this world are like an antivirus program that is killing us. So, you must not absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and sunlight here. Otherwise, you will be burned by the internal fire and turned into ashes. He flew up and pressed one hand on the body of the embryonic breathing state expert. Instantly, all the flames were absorbed into his body by the Emperor's fire seal. The flames on the body of the embryonic breathing state expert gradually extinguished, revealing his charred skin. His aura was weak, but of course he was not dead. The vitality of an embryonic breathing state expert was strong. Sacred fetus heal. The embryonic breathing state expert cast a grateful look at Jiang Li, but he didn't have time to speak. He immediately started to use the sacred fetus. Waves of energy seeped out of the sacred fetus and entered his flesh. Immediately, the charred skin started to recover. The sacred fetus was a special kind of biological energy. It could be said to be one's innate biological energy. Not only could it unleash great power, but it could also heal the injuries of the physical body. It was better than any medical treatment because it was the innate biological energy. After 10 minutes, the body of the expert had been completely healed. He nodded at Jiang Li and said, "Who are you? Thank you for your help. You can actually dispel the flames on my body. It seems that you are very familiar with the cultivation world. Is this not your first time in the cultivation world?" Chapter 289. Brother, you've asked me so many questions in one go. It's really hard for me to answer. Why don't you tell me about your background? Jiang Li smiled. He could tell that this expert was at the first realm of the embryonic breathing realm. Although he was powerful, he was not a match for him, so he was not afraid. I'm the honorary chairman of the Law Corporation, the chief development officer. Li Ziate. This embryonic breathing realm expert was a Caucasian. He forced a smile and said, "Our Luo group is one of the top 500 enterprises in the world. This time, I was sent to explore the cultivation world and look for resources to see if I could build a base here. However, I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing the moment I arrived. The group's understanding of the cultivation world was too little. This is a great world with countless business opportunities. The cultivation world's heavens will is very powerful. There are almost no mistakes. It's much more powerful than our Earth's AI on the main god. It can calculate every plant in the entire world, even a bacterium and a tiny molecule. We belong to the invading alien species. He will definitely sense it. If you want to survive here, you can't use energy. You have to use pure physical strength." Zhongli explained. He had a deeper understanding of the cultivation world than anyone else. Many thanks, many thanks." Li Siba nodded repeatedly. "You are?" "I'm Jiang Li from Starry Sky University." Jiang Li was kind and tried his best to help others. "You are Jiang Li?" Just as he was speaking, a voice rang out, and a few people appeared in front of him. The one in the lead was a tall man, and beside him stood a beautiful woman. They were all wearing mechas, which had a thin layer that looked like biological crystals. Powerful energy surged within the mechas, and it seemed like it could gush out at any moment. Its power was probably no less than a volcanic eruption. This was a high martial mech. The battle prowess of a high martial arts mech could completely rival that of an embryonic breathing realm strong practitioner. In other words, even if an ordinary person piloted this mech, he would be able to compete with a strong embryonic breathing realm. Moreover, a high martial mecha was different from a medium martial mecha. The pilot of a medium martial mecha still needed to be very strong to be able to run and fly at the speed of sound. However, a high martial mecha had its own protection system and could even secrete energy to strengthen its body. In short, the higher the level of the mech, the lower the requirements to use it, and the more powerful it was. Otherwise, if the higher the grade of the mecha, the higher the cultivation of the mecha. What kind of technology would that be? It was almost the same as a Dharma treasure. Technology was indeed heaven-defying. Even a disabled person could operate a machine and overturn rivers and seas. This was technology. "Yes, you are." Jiang Li's expression changed. He saw that these young men and women did not have any ill intentions, but their cultivation was very high, especially the tall man in the lead. He seemed to be a strong practitioner of the second tier of the embryonic breathing realm. This kind of strong practitioner, even in a real battle, was almost on par with him and could even rely on the powerful sacred fetus to suppress him. "My surname is Zhang. My full name is Zhang Xiaoi. I'm a director of the Anchuan Group. My father is Zhang Anchuan." The tall man had a good impression of Jiang Li. "Oh, so you're from a security group." Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. He had relied on the security group to make his fortune. It had protected him when he was at his weakest and most difficult time. Therefore, he had to repay this kindness with a gushing spring. The Red Emperor Corporation had always had a strong cooperation with the security group. Some of the resources they brought from the Emperor Star were even given to the security group. Of course, the security group's channels were very strong, and it was very helpful to the Red Emperor Group's sales. The cooperation between the Red Emperor Group and our security group has benefited a lot. This time, you have developed the Tai Chi rice, which can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. This is a huge business. We all want to deepen our cooperation, but unfortunately, Sai, you gave the patent rights to Starry Sky University. Zhang Xiaoi felt like he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. What kind of person was he? He could naturally feel the huge market for the Tai Chi rice. Once large-scale cultivation was started, it could control the food market of the trillions of people. In the pugilistic world, one has no choice. If Starry Sky University wants this, I won't be able to live if I don't give it to them. Jiang Li said plainly, "This matter even involves the highest military department of the human race. I can't go against such a huge organization. In a sense, the Tai Chi rice is a strategic resource. That can't be helped. However, I heard that your father has started to research the meditative elixir. which is the foundation establishment elixir in the cultivation world. Once this thing is mass-produced, it will be extremely powerful. It has a huge market that is not inferior to the Tai Chi rice. Zhang Xiaoyi suddenly came up and whispered to Jiang Li, "This thing is extremely valuable. How about you research it and I discuss it with my father? How about we cooperate and sell it? I guarantee that it will be popular on dozens of planets overnight." This thing is still in the process of research, but I believe it will be done soon. Jiang Li was telling the truth. In the past few months, with the support of the military, Saint Sissa's various resources, and Little Thearka's secret help, Jiang Zhendong's research progress had greatly increased. The time to mass-produce the Foundation Establishment Elixir was not far away. Of course, even if the Foundation Establishment Elixir was taken and allowed people to enter a meditative state, if their mind was not firm, they would regress after a period of time. They would not be able to reach a stable state of mind, and there was a risk that their mind would regress. Especially for people who took elixirs, the frequency of regress was even higher. But this was better. Why? Because after you regress, you would have to take a second pill to be able to maintain a meditative state. This would ensure that the sales of the meditative elixir could be continuously produced. Otherwise, people who took one wouldn't need to take second one. How would they make money then? I heard that the Red Emperor Corporation is cooperating with Saint Sissa. You have received Sissa's protection, and you even believe in him and worship him as a god? When Father heard about this, he sighed because he knew that you were a genius and had hopes of becoming a saint. Zhang Xiaoyi, try to find out the secret again. I'm sorry, this is the deepest secret. It is not convenient for me to reveal it, but I can say with certainty that if the meditative elixir is produced, it will definitely cooperate with the security group. Oh yes, I heard that your father has already practiced to the third realm of the embryonic breathing realm, mixed origin breathing realm, and is about to break through to the meditative state. I wonder if he has succeeded? Jiang Li knew that the behind-the-scenes chairman of the security group, Zhang Anquan, was a tyrannical figure and one of the higher-ups of mankind. In the elite zone, a person at the third realm of the embryonic breathing realm and mixed origin breathing realm could be a member of parliament. It was basically a stage where he could do whatever he wanted. This kind of person was enough to support a large group. My father has broken through 3 times and has failed all of them. However, every time he broke through, he gained a lot of experience. Every time, he became stronger than before, Zhang Xiaoyi said. Very soon, he will be able to break through to the meditative state. So, it's the young master of the security group. At this moment, Li Siba, who had been rescued by Jiang Li, came forward and said, "So you are the famous Jiang Li. I know you. You are a well-known figure in Starry Sky University. You actually defeated a strong practitioner at the embryonic breathing realm with your meditative realm. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Why are you not afraid of the cultivation world's heavenly will? I have been transformed by Saint Sissa and have integrated some of the aura of the cultivation world, so I am not afraid." Jiang Li said, "Also, I have not broken through to the embryonic breathing realm and do not participate in the interaction of energy, so the heavenly will did not notice me at all. For those who have practiced to the embryonic breathing realm, the powerful energy of the sacred fetus is like a blazing torch to the cultivation world's heavenly will. It can be seen clearly in the dark." "I see," Li Siba said regretfully. "Then how can I not be discovered by the cultivation world's heavenly will and still be able to successfully use the embryonic breathing realm ability? I know that the cultivation world's spiritual energy is very abundant. Practicing here will yield twice the results with half the effort. There is even immortal chi mixed in with the spiritual energy. In order to fight for the opportunity to come to the cultivation world, I have sacrificed a lot. Now, not only can I not absorb energy, but I will also be injured. What should I do? There is no other way." Jiang Li shook his head. "I am powerless in this matter. I am powerless too." Zhang Xiaoyi also expressed helplessness. "I cannot use the energy of the embryonic breathing realm here. I have to rely entirely on my physical body to avoid the energy backlash. However, according to what I know, if a person with a high level of comprehension lives in the cultivation world for a period of time, he will be able to understand a bit of the profoundness of the heavenly will. Instead, he will steal the heavenly will and integrate it into his body, becoming like the natives who were born and raised here. However, there are very few people like this. There is only one in a million. You must be a world-shaking genius. On the other hand, Brother Zhongli, you have received the help of a saint and automatically completed this step. Congratulations. I did not simply steal the heavenly will, Zhongli said to himself. He was a person who was favored by the heavenly will. Let's go to the human base first. The charming woman beside Zhang Xiaoyi said, there is a saint barrier outside the base that the humans built in the cultivation world. After we enter it, after a period of training, we will be able to learn the ability to not be eroded by the cultivation world's heavenly will. Yes. Let's go to the human base. We should land not far from the human base. Li Siba hurriedly looked around. Look, there seems to be a mirage in the distance. That is the human base, the saint barrier. Sure enough, in the distance, there was a mirage. Many cities and houses could be seen, just like looking at flowers through the fog. It was like human technology incompatible with the cultivation world. Rumble. At this moment, there was a sudden tremor in the distance. Zhongli saw a large flock of birds flying over. These birds were as tall as a human, with a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters. Their bodies were pitch black, and there seemed to be a black aura lingering on their claws. They did not look like living creatures, but more like birds of hell transformed from ghosts and gods. There was a strong, fishy smell in the wind. Clearly, these birds were highly poisonous. Be careful. These are resentful soul birds. They are very ferocious. Each of them has a vitality of more than 10, and they carry grievous energy. Once you are staying with it, you will go insane. Suddenly, an expert shouted, it must be that with so many of us descending, the Emperor Star's heavenly will has noticed us. Then, in the unseen world, it will urge the ferocious monstrous beasts to kill us. As long as the living creatures on the Emperor Star kill us, the living creatures will be blessed by the heavenly will. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiang Li's head suddenly trembled. He seemed to have heard a voice in the unseen world. My people, help me kill the demons from beyond the heavens, and you can receive my reward. I will raise you to the embryonic breathing realm. What? Jiang Li was shocked. Where did this voice come from? Could it be? Could it be the cultivation world's heavenly will? He thinks that I am from the cultivation world. He transmitted his will to me and asked me to kill the people here so that he can reward me and raise me to the embryonic breathing realm. Chapter 290. Embryonic breathing realm. This was the realm of humans reaching the inhuman realm. Anyone who wanted to reach this stage would have to go through countless difficulties and obstacles. Only 1 in 10,000 people could go from the normal state to deep sleep. There were 3 stages of deep sleep. The last stage was the eruption of divine power in one's dreams and entering the realm of divine power. This realm was very difficult to reach. It was 1 in a million. As for meditation, it was 1 in a million. There were 3 stages of meditation: small meditation, great meditation, and constant meditation. Every step was arduous. After going through these stages, it was time for embryonic breathing realm. Think about it. How difficult was embryonic breathing realm? Other people had difficulty with embryonic breathing realm, but Zhongli had it even harder. However, the cultivation world's heavens will had vaguely passed down its will, asking him to kill the people around him. This was the group of demons from beyond the heavens. If he killed all of them, the heavens would pass down its will to advance him to embryonic breathing realm. This was a huge temptation. Based on his own abilities, Zhongli didn't know how long it would take for him to advance. Moreover, he knew that the cultivation world's heavens wouldn't lie to him. It was because the heavens was like an optical computer program. The commands it gave were a set of programs. If you fulfilled the program, it would give you a reward. There weren't human emotions and will in everything. Heaven and earth were heartless. Kindness was human emotions. The cultivation world's will was a set of programs. How could it lie to people? It didn't have any schemes. It was just an NPC that issued missions in the game. It seems like the cultivation world's heavens has really recognized me as a person of this world. Next, I can use a series of methods to improve myself. As for killing my own people, forget it. Jiangli was still an earthling deep down. This was where his foundation was. Little the Arch. He started to call Little the Arch, but it was to no avail. Little the Arch didn't seem to hear him. It seemed like Little the Arch knew that the cultivation world's heavens was suppressing him and didn't dare to act recklessly. He called out many times, but Little the Arch still didn't reply. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Did something happen? At this moment, an obscure thought entered his mind. Jiang Li, I am Little Monarch. I didn't expect the cultivation world to suppress me so much. I can only hide in the Grand Monarch relic and don't dare to incarnate my base. The cultivation world's heavens is getting stronger and stronger. It's practically invulnerable, with no loopholes to exploit. What's going on? Haven't both of us been modified? If we're compatible with the cultivation world's heavens then we're the ones favored by the cultivation world heavens Jiangli quickly tried to sense where Little the Arch was, but he couldn't sense where he was. It's because of the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother is a planet devourer, a plunderer of worlds. The will of any planet, dimension, or half-dimension treats the Queen Mother as if it's facing a great enemy. This is because this thing is even more terrifying than human invaders. Once it lands on a world, it will immediately develop into a bug army that will sweep through the entire planet in an instant. Perhaps the cultivation world's heavenly has sensed my Queen Mother's aura. If I were to reveal myself, I would immediately be crushed by the vast heavenly will and die a violent death. Little Thearka's psychic waves were intermittent, as if the signal was bad when he was talking on the phone. This had never happened before. However, I can borrow the cultivation world's heavens to suppress the Queen Mother's final will and succeed in one fell swoop. However, this requires seclusion and the Grand Emperor's relic. In fact, the cultivation world's heavens also needs the Grand Emperor's relic because the Grand Emperor's relic is a godhead. If the cultivation world's heavens fuse with the godhead and replenish the godhead's energy, then refine it, it will be able to greatly absorb the energy of various dimensions. The absorption speed of countless dimensions will increase by thousands of times. The cultivation world's heavens will eventually become a true dimension. Little the Arch explained again with a hint of excitement in his voice. Other than that, this is a great opportunity for me. When the heavens and the enemy's battle is at its most intense, I can obtain endless power in one fell swoop and use the Grand Emperor's relic to take over the heavens Now, I'm going to leave you and go to the deepest part of the cultivation world. I won't have time to take care of you and protect you anymore. From now on, you'll have to train yourself here. However, you don't have to worry about Saint Seesaw. I'll control the blasphemy bug and slowly toy with him. I'll let him reap what he sowed. Very well, that's what I hope. Without your protection, I can train myself even more. Jiangli felt relaxed. He could finally realize his ambitions. In fact, he didn't even want the Grand Emperor's relic anymore. He could use his own cultivation to train himself. With his current cultivation, he could resist many things and not be afraid of being hunted down. In the cultivation world, the sky was wide and the sea was wide. I'm leaving. Jiangli, you're on your own. Whoosh! Jiangli felt a movement in his body, as if something had disappeared without a trace. He knew that Little the Arch had left. Little the Arch had gone to the depths of the cultivation world to carry out some kind of huge plan. Chen Jinghua, Chun Tianshu, and even Dahe were all involved. Jiangli was the only one left on the scene. At this time, from the depths of the sky, an overwhelming number of vengeful soul birds swooped down. These birds attacked everyone. A total of 30 vengeful soul birds also attacked Jiangli. Although he was blessed by the heaven's will of the cultivation world, it was normal for these departed spirit birds to attack him. In the cultivation world, fights between humans and beasts were very common. However, this kind of internal strife would not be rewarded by the heaven's will. Of course, the cultivation worlds could not prevent people from killing each other because the basic program of the world was the law of the jungle. If many restrictions were broken, the whole world would collapse. Think about it. What would happen if creatures were not allowed to hunt? Killing extraterrestrial demons and invading alien creatures would be rewarded. As for killing each other, the cultivation worlds did not care. These were the basic principles. Kill! Zhongli roared angrily. His entire body flew up. His pure physical body began to pierce through the air. His speed in the air was 10 times the speed of sound. He directly swept away dozens of vengeful soul birds in 10 seconds. The vengeful soul birds that were hit by his fists exploded into pieces and turned into dust. Jiang Li's fist wind carried Khanate Gang Qi. This kind of airflow was unleashed with his body of the Great Emperor and 20% of his life force. Within 10 steps, this violent airflow could crush steel into powder. Especially with the power of the Great Emperor's wind seal. It was almost as powerful as a remarkable power. His combat ability was above many experts in the first realm of the embryonic breathing realm. Even when Zhang Xiaoyi attacked, the speed at which she killed the vengeful soul birds was only so much faster. Whoosh! Zhang Xiaoyi flew over. She did not use any remarkable power. It was purely her physical body transformation. She could still manipulate Gang Qi and tear apart experts. Jiang Li, don't get entangled here. The endless monstrous beasts in the cultivation world are enough to drown us. Only by entering the saint's boundary and making a long-term plan, transforming the aura in your body into the aura of the cultivation world, and deceiving heaven's will, can we deal with it calmly. However, you have the baptism of a saint, so you have already passed this hurdle. However, monstrous beasts will also kill each other and will still attack humanoid creatures. It is safest to hide in the saint's boundary first. All right, let's go. Zhang Li followed Zhang Xiaoyi and flew forward. Many experts here were also attacking. Those who could go to the cultivation world were all experienced experts who had experienced countless battles. How could they be killed by monstrous beasts? A few people joined forces and suddenly released a sword light. Instantly, the vengeful soul birds that filled the sky fell like raindrops. This flying sword was obviously not made by humans. It was made in the cultivation world. Hence, when it flew, it was not affected by heaven's will. This situation also reflected that the cultivation worlds will still had loopholes. It was unable to distinguish more detailed energy changes. Countless vengeful soul birds charged down, but they were all killed. Not a single human died because of this. This is simply a joke. You want to do anything to us with just these little attacks from monstrous beasts? If we could be killed so easily, then what is the point of coming to the cultivation world? An expert pointed his middle finger at the sky. God, what can you do to me? The group of people turned into a giant flood. Wherever they went, all the monstrous beasts were torn apart. They went to the mirage not far away and saw a giant screen blocking them. An aura that did not fit in with the cultivation world appeared on the ground. Zhang Li suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. It was as if an abscess had suddenly appeared on his originally bright and clean skin. The cultivation world was originally a perfect world. Now, with this saint's boundary, the human base was like a giant tumor. It was filled with pus and blood. Not long after, everyone entered the saint barrier. Immediately, the pressure on them lessened, and their tense minds relaxed. They saw runes flowing around them. Each rune was condensed from their minds. They were not energy, but pure minds. Spiritual energy that appeared in the material world. This was the vision domain realm. Jiang Li saw this spiritual energy that appeared in the material world, and his heart was filled with emotions. He didn't know when he would be able to cultivate to this realm. This kind of spirit was something that broke through the gap between the void and reality and directly appeared in the material world. It had endless transformations and could almost create a world, create objects out of the void, bring the dead back to life, and create a soul for a person. Even after a person died, as long as a saint with an extremely high level of cultivation seized the opportunity, they could copy the memories and then use their own spirit to inject the memories, turning it into a new soul and completely resurrecting the person. This was soul cloning. In modern science, if a person died, then so be it. Their soul dissipated and the body could be cloned, but the soul could not be cloned no matter what, and saints had the ability to clone souls. Of course, it required an extremely powerful saint, and ordinary saints did not have this ability. Chapter 291. The experts among the saints were also divided into different levels. There were many realms, and each realm was extremely profound and contained unfathomable mysteries. However, humans had yet to surpass the saint realm and become a god. Hence, even the first human didn't know how the saint realm was divided. The cultivation world's division of the saint realm was also very vague. This was because there were no gods in the cultivation world. The cultivation world's heavens was also a saint from a certain point of view. Although it was 10,000 times stronger than the human saints, it was still a saint. Of course, the cultivation world's heavens might not be inferior to a god. It was just like how humans and sky-shaking thunder beast of the same realm could not be compared at all. A sky-shaking thunder beast of the embryonic breathing realm against a human of the same realm could simply crush it. Even 7 or 8 of them would not be its match. Welcome to the Saint Barrier. A large wave of people entered the Saint Barrier. Jiangli looked around and realized that the Saint Barrier was about 100 square kilometers in radius. There were no buildings in it, but many light screens. The light screens were like canopies and huge umbrellas. Each of them was like a city's skyscraper. In the Saint Barrier, any buildings made of steel and concrete could not withstand the vibrations and torment. They could only condense energy into buildings for people to live in. And in this Saint Barrier, there was also a sun. It was like a fireball, splashing light and heat into the barrier. Jiangli felt that although the small sun was not big, it was stable and could last forever. Fire dimension. Suddenly, he was shocked. He realized that the small sun in the Saint Barrier was actually a channel that was forcefully extracting the energy of the fire dimension. This was simply a heavenly method. Everyone, another batch of you has come to the cultivation world. Let me first introduce. This Saint Barrier is a base created by many human saints. Without this base, it would be difficult for us humans to survive in the cultivation world. The voice reverberated in the Saint Barrier. Jiangli looked in the direction of the voice and realized that high above the barrier, there were actually 3 people sitting in the small sun. These 3 people were wearing military uniforms and looked very young. However, their eyes carried the vicissitudes of time. These 3 people are so strong. They are actually maintaining the operation of the entire barrier, causing the energy of the fire dimension to slowly condense and settle in the Saint Barrier, strengthening the entire barrier and resisting the erosion of the world of cultivation's heaven's will. Jiangli secretly calculated, and a thought flashed in his mind. He could already see that the cultivation of these 3 people surpassed Marshal Goliath, and was probably at the peak of the human race below the saint level. These 3 are the experts of the Wang clan. They are the top figures of the Wang clan, even surpassing Wang Mierong of the Wang clan. However, their seniority is a little lower. They are the rising stars of the younger generation of the Wang family. They are also in the same generation as Jiang Nailan. Zhang Xiaoyi said from behind Jiangli. What? Jiangli said, these 3 people surpassed Wang Mierong? That's impossible. Wang Mierong's vitality was 105, which was more than 3 digits. This time, he was one of the candidates for the presidential election, the peak of the human race, and one of the strongest below the saint level. Now, there were actually 3 young people of the Wang clan who were stronger than Wang Mierong. This was something that Jiangli found hard to believe. These 3 are called Wang Zhong, Wang Hui, and Wang Xiao. They are the most talented figures of the younger generation of the Wang clan. These 3 brothers do not participate in politics, but rather train in the world of cultivation. They have long reached the meditative realm and have hopes of becoming saints. Now, although the Wang clan has an ancestor, Wang Chao, this ancestor has not appeared in human society for many years. There are even rumors that he disappeared in the depths of the universe in search of the hope of becoming a god, but he has already fallen. Now, the Wang clan is nurturing a saint. As long as they produce a saint, they will be able to contend against many other clans. Otherwise, If the ancestor of the Wang clan does not appear for a few decades, or even 100 years, the Wang clan will gradually shrink and become a small clan. Zhang Xiaoi clicked her tongue in admiration. These three people guarding the Saint Barrier here is a huge form of training. A few decades is like a day, and it is better than training anywhere else. Guarding the Saint Barrier is indeed a big deal. Zhongli nodded. I shudder at the thought of constantly being crushed by the heavenly will of the entire world of cultivation. This is like putting oneself in a furnace. This kind of mental pressure, he could feel that the Saint Barrier was like a tumor growing on the body of the entire world of cultivation. It had to be removed as soon as possible, and the people who were in charge of the Saint Barrier basically had no way to escape. They would die without a burial. They would encounter danger at every moment. This was equivalent to the sword of Damocles hanging above their heads. Everyone, let me introduce the Saint Barrier to everyone. It was created by us human saints, with our ancestor Wang Chao as the leader. We extracted the energy of the fire dimension and condensed it. The cultivation world's heavens will want to destroy this barrier at all times, but it's also afraid. When our ancestor Wang Chao gathered the Saint Barrier, he set up a chess piece. If the cultivation world's heavens will forcibly destroy it, then the energy passage to the fire dimension will open and endless flames will descend upon the cultivation world, causing a catastrophe. That's why the cultivation world's heavens is afraid to act against us, said one of the three brothers. When Zhongli heard this explanation, he immediately knew that this was an earth-shattering and invincible move. The entire world of cultivation was only the size of 3 solar systems, and the entire fire dimension was much larger than the Milky Way. If the energy channel was opened, the flames of the fire dimension would appear, and it would be more than enough to destroy the Milky Way. Of course, the world of cultivation would definitely have other ways to close the channel, but if the energy of the fire dimension was even slightly damaged, a catastrophe would descend, and the world would be engulfed in flames, turning into ashes. This was something that even the world of cultivation couldn't gamble on. Amazing, this thing is amazing. Zhongli was deeply impressed by Wang Chao's methods. To actually have such a method to make the world of cultivations heavenly will hesitate to take action. This was simply a matter of flipping one's hand and turning another's hand over the rain, going against the world of cultivation. This kind of method was similar to a human creating a nuclear bomb with a weak body, which could destroy the world. In the world of cultivation, humans have a total of 2 bases. This is the first one, established by the ancestor of the Wang family, Wang Chao. The other one is not far from here. It was established by Jiang Nailin and the new generation of saints. Another of the 3 Wang brothers said, "These 2 bases will provide you with rest and protection and give you a chance of survival in the world of cultivation. Most of you do not have the ability to deceive the world of cultivation's heavenly will and will be attacked the moment you leave. But after entering the Saint Barrier, you can undergo a series of training. You'll gain the ability to temporarily deceive the heavenly will." Another Wang brother warned, "Next, each of you will receive a soul orb. This is something that we created based on the countless treasures of the world of cultivation, a soul converter." While they were talking, Zhongli saw a lot of energy falling down like meteors. One of them landed on his hand and turned into an orb. This orb was crystal clear, as if it contained the void. There was a small black hole moving within it. You all know what this is? I'll tell you, this thing is called a soul orb, also known as a soul converter. Bring this thing out to kill the living beings of the world of cultivation. Every time you kill a living being, its soul will be absorbed into it. Once it has accumulated to a certain level, you can come back and give it to us. We will use the power of the soul inside to condense it into a soul card. This will be your ID card in the world of cultivation. The world will recognize you as a part of the world of cultivation. One of the 3 Wang brothers said, "It's that simple. When you kill a living being, the soul orb will automatically absorb their soul." Perhaps everyone still doesn't understand. Let me explain it to you. One of the 3 Wang brothers said, "Why does a planet have all kinds of living beings? After a living being dies, where does their soul go? Actually, humans plant crops, the crops grow and provide food for humans. To the planet, we humans are also crops. A person's growth from birth is equivalent to the ripening of crops. Death is the harvesting of crops. When rice plants grow, they absorb the sun's energy and condense it into carbohydrates to provide nutrients for humans. But after humans are born, they absorb soul power from the void, grow stronger, and when they die, their soul is absorbed by the planet. They become a part of the planet's will, becoming the planet's food. A planet without life can't have a planet's will. It's that simple. Without life, the planet's will starve to death. Or sleep. Just like how humans will starve to death if they don't plant food. That's why, according to the ancient legends of Earth, after humans die, their souls will return to the underworld. It's actually seeping into the earth and being absorbed by the earth. It's the same for any world, and it's the same for the world of cultivation. In this world, life, death, and souls will be absorbed by the planet. This is an endless cycle, and the more prosperous the world of cultivation, the more powerful it will be. That's why, on this planet, those who cultivate demonic cultivation techniques and absorb souls to strengthen themselves are all demonic. They are weeds in the crops that have to be eradicated by the planet's will. We, on the other hand, absorb the souls of the world of cultivation to cover our own souls. After a while of explanation, Zhongli finally understood. His understanding of the soul had undergone an earth-shattering change. The relationship between the planet, humans, and will was as clear as day. Humans plant crops, and the planet treats humans as crops, harvesting souls. This is the law of the universe, iron-like strength, and also the proof of the theory of evolution. Human will, emotions, and morals are not worth mentioning to the planet's will. It's just like how humans don't have any feeling for the rice they grow, or the pigs and sheep they raise. They don't care what they think. Some great sages established religions because they saw through this point. If you believe in me, you can surpass hell and reach heaven. This was actually a scam. After death, the soul would be absorbed by those people to strengthen themselves. These people also comprehended the changes of the heavenly Tao and the planet's will. They, on the other hand, treated themselves as the planet and the sky. To the great sages, humans were sheep and they were the shepherds. This was the change in mentality. In an instant, Zhongli immediately understood the profoundness of faith. Chapter 292. Zhongli believed in Saint Seesaw, so after his death, his soul wouldn't be absorbed by the earth's will. Instead, it would be directly absorbed by Seesaw and used as Seesaw's food. This was what it meant to be with God. Whether he went to hell or heaven, it was all the same. He would just be digested. In all myths and legends, there were gods who came to destroy the world. In fact, they were just harvesting crops. Jiang Li's heart was as clear as a mirror. He could sense that when his thoughts revolved, his soul had condensed into a ball. It wasn't material, nor was it non-material. It wasn't the void, nor was it not the void. This was a mystical existence. Indeed, the great emperor's heart seal was right. The heart wasn't spiritual power or perception, but chaos. It could transform into anything, but it wasn't. Everyone, once you obtain this soul orb, go out and kill. When the soul orb turns completely red, there will be a notification saying that the soul orb is complete. You can return to this base and hand over the soul card to us. One of the three Wong brothers explained again. After this, they didn't speak anymore. They disappeared and gradually hid in the fire dimension and the cultivation world's tunnel. They had to maintain the tunnel's stability, so they couldn't be distracted. These three are maintaining the operation of this base, so they're quite strong. But we're also working for them. We kill the creatures outside and collect enough soul power to support the operation of the entire base. We can also help them increase their cultivation. Zhang Xiao Yi said, but this is also part of the reason. This base needs a lot of soul power, and we can't absorb soul power at all. Only some special arts can absorb soul power, and it's not pure. It's easy to be disturbed by distracting thoughts. Jiangli had a deep understanding of the cultivation world, so he knew that Zhang Xiao Yi's words were right. There were many arts that could absorb the enemy's life force. For example, Dahe's 7 Slaughter Eames demon sword could suck people dry and absorb the resentment of death. In fact, it was just the soul. But after absorbing it, one had to go through a lightning tribulation, cleansing resentment. If Zhongli took another step forward and successfully cultivated the great sovereign's human seal, he would be able to absorb the souls of his enemies. If he could cultivate the Grand Emperor Earth Seal, the Grand Emperor Heaven Seal, and finally the Grand Emperor Dream Seal, he would be able to become a dream god or a dream demon. His psychic energy would be able to send all living beings into a dream, where they would silently die and their souls would be sucked away. In the era of the Great Emperor would fly through the void of the universe. When he saw a planet with life, he would cover the entire planet with his consciousness. Then, all living beings on the planet, including bacteria, would not be able to escape. All of their souls would be stolen. This was the vicissitudes of life in a dream. At the end of cultivation, one could even turn reality into a dream dimension. Let's go, Zhongli. Let's go out and work together. Although you don't need to condense soul cards, if this soul pearl is full of soul essences, you can exchange it with others to exchange for many good things and various cultivation resources. We are newbies here. Many of the old people are constantly killing here. This human base is slightly better. The other base is even more bloody and cruel. They even kill their own people. There are also many people who have been tempted to believe in Zhang Nalan. Zhang Xiaoyi said as she held the soul pearl in her hand. I am in a hurry to release my ability. Otherwise, in the cultivation world, I can't use the power of the sacred fetus. That would be too suffocating. Embryonic breathing realm experts couldn't use the sacred fetus. It would be a pity to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That would be like a martial arts expert having his hands and feet chopped off. Zhongli looked around and realized that everyone present had obtained the soul pearl. Then he went out. There was absolutely no pause. Everyone was racing against time. In the entire human base, some people were resting. Some people had even stored resources in the energy building. They were doing business and setting up stalls. These were all the old people in the base. In the base, it was strictly forbidden for people to kill each other. However, it was not necessarily the case outside the base. The two human bases have been established for decades. Every year, a large number of experts would swarm in. Some had even lived here for more than 10 years. They were all training. As long as they did well in the cultivation world, their chances would be much greater than in human society. After all, the cultivation world was full of treasures. Moreover, they were ownerless. As long as they could plunder and rob, it would be fine. This was like the era of nations. In the era of mankind's voyages, the pioneers of colonies. This was a kind of interstellar colonization plan. There are some good things to buy here. Look at that building. There are actually many flying swords being sold in exchange for resources. Zhongli looked over. In this huge base, there were many streets and buildings. It was like a bustling business district. Many people were setting up stalls. Zhongli saw many experts, especially a few strong people at the third realm of the embryonic breathing realm and the mixed essence realm. Those in the base are not experts. Zhang Xiaoyi was also admiring it. He was also admiring it. My father once stayed here for 5 years. His cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and after he returned, he founded the security corporation. Unfortunately, because of an incident, he had to return and miss the opportunity. Otherwise, he would already be in the realm of meditative forgetfulness. When will I go to Zhang Nalan's base to take a look? Zhongli was shocked. I want to see how good Zhang Nalan's cultivation is. I can see his true cultivation from the base he built. Let's go out. We can only do great things if we work together. Once we obtain the soul card and integrate into the cultivation world's heaven's will, we will be able to fly freely in the sky and swim freely in the sea. We can leave the base and head into the depths of the cultivation world. We can blend into various large sects or plunder resources to strengthen ourselves. In the cultivation world, the things we can obtain are 100 times more than on any other planet. Let's go. Zhongli touched the soul bead. His spiritual force penetrated into it and tried to figure out its structure. He found that there was an extremely powerful spiritual vortex spinning slowly. As soon as his spiritual force penetrated it, he felt the danger of being sucked away. This was a soul vortex. Good stuff. I can comprehend the mysteries from it. Zhongli thought carefully and found that he actually had a trace of enlightenment. That was the mystery of the Great Emperor's mortal seal. The Great Emperor's mortal seal controlled the essence of people and absorbed their souls, even the souls of all living things. It was tyrannical and overbearing. Once cultivated, Zhongli could become a high and mighty god and eat souls as food. Let's go. After getting the soul bead, he flew out of the barrier with Zhang Xiaoi and the others. He found that the gravity of the cultivation world was actually the same as that of Earth. It was suitable for Earthlings to live in. As soon as they left the barrier, countless departed spirit birds attacked them again. Zhongli didn't even look and punched out. Suddenly, Earth energy surged and formed a huge barrier. Wherever it went, all the departed spirit birds exploded and turned into flesh and blood. Then, he felt that the soul bead moved slightly and emitted a powerful suction force, as if it was sucking in something unknown. After killing hundreds of departed spirit birds, Zhongli seemed to feel that the transparent crystal soul bead seemed to have a trace of blood. How many living beings do I have to kill to fill the soul bead? Zhongli secretly complained. After killing so many departed spirit birds, there was only a trace of blood. He didn't know how long it would take to fill the soul bead. Why? Do you think it's hard to fill the soul bead? Zhang Xiaoi descended to Zhongli's side. An average person would need to kill for a year before they can truly fill up their soul orbs. This is also the meaning of tempering oneself. Constant fighting, constant killing, and constantly being in a dangerous situation is the true tempering of a person. Our base is attacked by a large number of demonic beasts and even cultivators. The heaven's will of the cultivation world has sent experts over in an attempt to break through this saint barrier and then slowly break the fire dimensional passage within. According to the cultivation world's heaven's will, as long as it's someone from the cultivation world, whoever can crack this profound meaning will be rewarded by the heavens will very generously. It can even make that person a sage. Killing for a year, Zhongli played with the soul bead, waved his hand, and punched again. 100 steps away, a gust of earth chi condensed into a chi fist. This chi fist flew out like a meteor and exploded in an instant like a cannonball, killing dozens of demon beasts that were madly rushing over. These demon beasts weren't departed spirit birds, but monkey-like monsters. They were only as tall as a human, and their bodies were covered with white fur. They had iron bones and horns on their heads. As they jumped, they were like tigers and actually used the same innate earth chi. This is the long-armed ape monkey, also a kind of ferocious creature in the cultivation world. They are born with extraordinary strength and inherited martial arts in their memories. They can practice martial arts from birth. What's more, all of them are martial arts geniuses. They can learn any martial arts in one go. Besides hunting every day, they practice martial arts and cultivate, never stopping. They are good spirit beasts for many experts to guard their cave abodes. Zhang Xiaoi suddenly flew into the sky and killed the group of apes like a whirlwind, killing them one after another. Hiss, 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 hiss. Just as he was killing the long-armed ape monkeys, countless golden rays suddenly shot out from the ground. They were actually golden snakes that were as fast as flying swords and many times faster than the speed of sound. They fiercely shot towards Zhang Xiaoi. Countless venom with the power to corrode diamond. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A wave of venom sprayed on Zhang Xiaoi's body. His entire body was emitting black smoke, and his skin seemed to be melting. It was like an ordinary person being attacked by sulfuric acid. Damn it, these are golden flowery snakes. Although their venom is strong, they can't do anything to my body. Why are the golden flowery snakes so strong today? He kept retreating. At this moment, Zhongli waved his hand, and his earth chi formed a circle, bouncing those snakes away. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoi got a chance to catch his breath. He hurriedly retreated and took out some medicine from his pocket to swallow. Only then did the venom on his skin heal. If I could use the energy of the embryonic breath, I would be invincible. Damn it! Zhang Xiaoyi was about to attack again. At this moment, the sound of a flute came from afar. These demon beasts suddenly went berserk, and their bodies expanded 10 times. His expression changed. Not good. Someone was controlling it from behind the scenes. These golden flowery snakes have been fed by a powerful cultivator. That's why they are so powerful. Chapter 293. As expected, there is an expert behind this. Zhongli also felt that this golden month-flowery snake was unusual. He was very familiar with the cultivation world, so how could he not understand this kind of poisonous snake? Although the poisonous snake was powerful, it was unable to harm the flesh of an embryonic breathing realm expert. Any embryonic breathing realm expert, even if they did not need to use the energy of the sacred fetus, had a body that was almost indestructible. This kind of body could resist poison and also resist the bombardment of guns and cannons. With the energy of the flesh, it could definitely penetrate a battleship in one blow. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoyi was not a normal embryonic breathing realm expert, but a second-tier embryonic breathing realm expert. Regardless of whether it was mental energy or physical body, the second-tier embryonic breathing realm expert was many times, even 10 times stronger than the first-tier psyche breathing realm expert. In this way, the snake's venom could not possibly penetrate. But now, this snake could corrode the flesh of an embryonic breathing realm expert. So, there was only one possibility. It had been fed by a stronger cultivator and then refined with spells, so its attack was very strong. Zhongli himself knew that in the cultivation world, there were at least hundreds of beast control techniques, all of which were very powerful. One of them was called the 10,000 snake blood curse technique. It was to build a 10,000 snake nest, collect many highly poisonous items, condense them into a blood pool, and let the snakes devour each other in the blood pool to strengthen themselves. At the same time, the snake species was hypnotized and the snake species was taught the cultivation technique. After going through all kinds of cultivation, the snake species became very powerful. The venom contained strong resentment and poison, and there were even runes in the venom. When it was shot out, even the sacred fetus could be harmed, and the sacred fetus' powerful biological energy would be tainted. This was the case with the golden month-flowery snake. Zhongli did not dare to act rashly. He continuously struck out with his fist technique. The strong wind was like a tide, condensing into circles of tornadoes, creating a chi field within a radius of 100 steps. Sand and stones flew, and any snake species, monstrous beasts, and venom were all excluded. He seemed to feel that the airflow was his vital chi, and the connate vital chi moved according to his will. His will and heaven's will were combined, and the energy of nature was his energy. But at this moment, the sound of the flute in the distance grew sharper and sharper, as if it was a note of death. In an instant, every single one of those golden motet snakes swelled up, becoming twice as thick as before. The life force of their bodies skyrocketed, but their life potential was drastically reduced. This was a secret technique that stimulated one's life potential and turned it into power. If a person could live to 100 years old, then after using this technique, he could only live to 30 years old or even shorter. However, what replaced it was great power. Jiang Li's current state was that his life force potential was huge, but the transformation of his life force was slow. He was a rich man, but he didn't know how to spend money. He couldn't release the potential of the great emperor's physique. He had to cultivate the great emperor's seal step by step to obtain great divine power. Let's go. Let's hide for now. Zhang Xiaoyi also punched out, causing a violent gale to erupt. A barrier condensed, and the Xiantian astral chi fused with Jiang Li's fist, causing its might to be even more ferocious. This storm could even shred a battleship to pieces. One had to know that Zhang Xiaoyi's current vitality was already at 30, and her innate gang energy was even more powerful than Jiang Li's. You want to leave? 2 extraterrestrial devils. You won't be able to leave. At the spur of the moment, a faint shadow appeared among the 10,000 snakes. With a slight shake, all of the airflows were suppressed, and everything became calm. Jiang Li and Zhang Xiaoi's innate gang energy was completely suppressed. The shadow was a person in golden clothes. There was a halo behind him, and it seemed to be a body of energy. The person was holding a flute that was condensed from energy, and he was blowing it. This is a sacred fetus. Zhang Xiaoi had a grave look on her face. She backed away and wanted to break out of the encirclement with her forceful life force. Hee, I'm a sacred fetus of the 10,000 beasts, venerable one. I've come to command wild beasts to kill you extraterrestrial devils. Die. The golden-clothed powerhouse released a mental fluctuation that pierced into Jiang Li and Zhang Xiaoi's minds. He was trying to hypnotize them and change their thinking so that they could not move. Nonetheless, it was then when Jiang Li counterattacked with his majestic mental power, causing two invisible spirits to collide. Crack! Jiang Li's body shook, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. His eyes lit up as he quickly said, "This person's actually in the embryonic breathing and chaotic origin breath boundary. We're not his match at all. Let's quickly go back to the base." During the confrontation of mental powers earlier, he sensed that his opponent's mental power was vast, and its boundary was far above his. Jiang Li's mental power of the 20th dimension was almost equivalent to that of a chaotic origin breath powerhouse. If his opponent's mental power was the same as his, it would be a genuine chaotic origin breath. In particular, his opponent's boundary was much higher than his, so he lost as soon as their mental powers collided. He felt like his head was hit hard by a sledgehammer. Needless to say, the fact that Yangming did not die from the mental impact of the embryonic breathing and chaotic origin breath when he was in the stable boundary was enough to make him look down on everyone. In fact, even the 10,000 beasts Venerable One was stunned because it did not expect a person in the stable boundary to have such forceful mental power. Ha ha! A Taoist cultivator actually appeared, and he's a powerhouse in the embryonic breathing and chaotic origin breath boundary. Kill! Jiang Li and Zhang Xiaoi fought for an opportunity and were about to retreat when a few sharp whistles were heard from outside. Wherever the whistles went, many demonic beasts collapsed to the ground. These demonic beasts had a mental breakdown, and their souls were hypnotized or even killed. Crackle, crackle! Jiang Li only sensed the extremely intense mental waves that were released by the few people who had whistled together. It was like heaven's wide net that did not escape, and it made one feel like the sky was collapsing. Without a doubt, they were humans from Earth. Jiang Li sensed the familiar aura of humans from Earth from the depths of their souls. They were two men and one woman. They were very powerful. When they appeared in the sky, their mental powers that were jointly released converged into one and suddenly attacked. It was like a giant meteor crashing into the Earth, and there was even an ability to produce electric sparks in the air. Moreover, while they were essentially humans from Earth, they had something that carried the aura of the cultivation world, which deceived the cultivation world's heaven's will. Evidently, it was their soul cards. Therefore, they released their mental powers without restraint and activated their divine powers without any ambiguity at all. It was as if they were toying with the cultivation world's heaven's will in their palms. Boom! The three powerhouses joined hands to launch a mental attack on the 10,000 beasts Venerable One. The Venerable One, which was a sacred fetus, moved a little, causing the light circles on its body to explode. It roared, a godly king incantation, surround him, kill him, and stop the sacred fetus. The two men and the woman roared again. Jiang Li noticed that their mental powers doubled as compared to before, and their invisible mental powers even spread into the space to gather the vast spiritual chi and energy from the cultivation world to form tiny yet powerful runes. The runes were the sun and moon godly king incantation that Jiang Li had seen before. It was evident that they were powerhouses from the Jiang family. Jiang Nailin had built an enormous base in the cultivation world, so there was no reason for her not to nurture disciples. Jiang Nailin, You'll be killed by heavens will sooner or later. Enveloped by the formidable godly king incantation, the 10,000 beasts, venerable one, suddenly moved and disappeared into the ground. As for the other beasts, they retreated like a tide. The scene fell silent in an instant, and many corpses were left behind. It's a pity that the 10,000 beasts, venerable one, escaped. The two men and the woman descended. Then the woman sighed. The 10,000 beasts, venerable one, has attacked the human base many times, and many of our people have been killed by it. It's worth noting that while humans from Earth can obtain soul cards to temporarily deceive heaven's will and obtain energies, our true forms will be exposed once we're killed. Once we're discovered by heaven's will, not only will it absorb our souls, but it'll also distinguish them and reward them to the people who killed humans from Earth. The 10,000 beasts, venerable one, is a powerhouse in the origin breath state, so it won't be easy to kill it. We've resisted it several times, but we didn't gain any advantage at all. One of the men's eyes were filled with killing intent, but we must find an opportunity to kill it. Of course, once XNU cultivates the supreme scripture of longevity and cultivates the 9 primordial spirits, which are the 9 holy fetuses, it'll be a piece of cake for her to kill the 10,000 beasts, venerable one. All right, the woman was XINU. This time, many newcomers have entered, so we're going to preach to St. Nayland so that countless newcomers can convert to his path and join his great sect. There are 2 newcomers here, and they seem to be very powerful for being able to escape from the 10,000 beasts, venerable one. XINU glanced at them and flashed toward Jiang Li and Zhang Xiaoyi. The supreme scripture of longevity. Jiang Li had already heard the conversation between the 3 of them, and his heart was in turmoil. The scripture was a supreme lost art in the cultivation world. Legend had it that it was left behind by a great emperor who was called the Great Longevity Emperor. It was a lost art Bible that was left behind. Back then, even the previous owner of the emperor's relic did not learn the scripture, so it was also a legend in the cultivation world. Legend had it that once one reached a certain level of mastery in the supreme scripture of longevity, one would be able to form 9 holy fetuses. Each of the holy fetuses was unpredictable and had the power to overturn rivers and seas. In the end, when all 9 holy fetuses appeared, they would be like the 9 great heavenly emperors circulating and controlling the universe. They would be the extremities of the universe, and they would be known as the 9 Supremes. In Earth civilization, the greatest person in the world would be the 9 Supremes, which was also the Emperor. This was because, according to the Book of Changes, the 9 Supremes would be like dragons flying in the sky. If one exceeded the 9 Supremes, the arrogant dragon would have regrets. Prosperity would lead to decline, so the 9 Supremes were the extremities. If one exceeded the 9 Supremes, one would not be able to bear it. Even so, the 9 Supremes were not emperors, but the Jade Emperor or the Celestial Emperor. The young lady called XINU had actually learned the cultivation world's supreme lost art. What was going on? How could an earthling learn such a lost art? Heavensville was definitely aware of this matter. It was fine for earthlings to fight on a small scale, but learning such a lost art was equivalent to controlling a divine tool and blaspheming the heavens, which was a crime worthy of death. Are you newcomers? What's your name? XINU approached Jiang Li and Zhang Xiaoyi at this moment. I'm Jiang Xinyu from the Jiang family. As long as you join us, I'll give you soul cards and benefits for free. Chapter 294. I'm sorry, we're not interested in the Chongqing sect of the Jiang family. When Zhang Xiaoyi heard Jiang Xinyue's invitation, a hint of wariness appeared in her eyes. We definitely won't believe in others, not even saints. We have to maintain an independent soul in order to have great development. Clearly, he knew that Jiang Xinyue was preaching. In the cultivation world's human base, Wang Chao's base was a bit better and didn't have any missionary activity. However, in Jiang Nalin's base, many of the Jiang family's disciples, as well as some people from the Jiang family's alliance, were continuously preaching, coercing, and enticing people into believing in Jiang Nalin. Jiang Li had heard of this long ago. He was secretly on guard, but he pretended not to know. Unfortunately, Little the Arch had disappeared with the queen egg, Chun Tianshu, Chun Zhenghua, and the others. Even the Grand Arch relic was lost. In other words, he was alone now and had no ability to resist Jiang Nailin. Even Jiang Xinyue in front of him had to deal with everything on his own. However, this was true training. Without the protection of others, everything depended on his own ability. The cultivation world is a lawless society. Nothing humans do will work here. Besides, if you die, no one in the human society will know, a man beside Jiang Xinyue said. A man next to Jiang Xinyue said. He was tall and handsome. He flicked his finger, and a flower made of energy bloomed on his hand. The flower was colorful. In the middle of the flower, there seemed to be a god king sitting there. Many small spells were condensed into the god king. The god king was casting all kinds of spells with his hands. It seemed to have the power to shake the sky and turn the earth upside down. This was a higher transformation of the Sun-Moon King curse. In Jiang Li's eyes, the man in front of him was at the second tier of the divine embryo realm. He was many times stronger than Jiang Xian for back then. Moreover, his Sun-Moon King curse was many times more exquisite than Jiang Xian's. Suddenly, looking at Jiang Xinyue and this man's aura, Jiang Li felt that the Sun-Moon King curse came from the Supreme Longevity Scripture. Jiang Nailin must have obtained the Supreme Longevity Scripture and comprehended the ultimate art within it to create the Sun-Moon Ruler Mantra. I'm Jiang Xia. The man playing with the energy flower in his hand introduced himself. Xinyue is kind, but I'm different. My methods are cruel. Whoever dares to disobey the orders of the Jiang family will die, especially in a lawless place like this. I, Jiang Mie, am the same. Another man smiled. His teeth were white, but he gave off the feeling of a shark opening its mouth to devour people. Jiang Zhuxia's looks were handsome and suave. He had a thick, evil aura about him. As for Jiang Mie, he was filled with killing intent. One was evil while the other was filled with killing intent. When combined together, it was enough to strike fear into the hearts of others. However, Jiang Li knew that Jiang Xinyue and Jiang Xinyue were playing the good cop and the bad cop. All right, don't scare the newbies. Jiang Xinyue waved her hand and started to play the good cop. She put her hands behind her back and stared at Jiang Li and Zhang Xiaoyi. If I'm not wrong, you're Zhang Xiaoyi, and your father is Zhang Anquan, the head of the security organization. He's trying to reach the meditative memory realm in the human elite zone. You're here to expand the market and look for something to bring back, right? How did you know? Zhang Xiaoyi's expression changed. There's nothing in this world that the Jiang family doesn't know. In short, according to the information we have, it is very difficult for your father to break through to the meditative amnesia realm. Moreover, breaking through to the meditative amnesia realm is very dangerous. Many people are unable to control the relationship between energy and the dimension of the world. They suddenly turn into ashes and completely disappear from this universe. Your father has a 70% chance of dying. The success rate is less than 30%. But if you join our Jiang family, the success rate will be 100%, Jiang Xinyue smiled. Our Jiang family's power is definitely not something you can imagine. Let me think about it, Zhang Xiaoyi said politely. Up to you. After looking at Zhang Xiaoyi, Jiang Xinyue didn't seem to be very interested. Instead, she looked at Jiang Li with sparkling eyes. What's your name? My name is... Jiang Li thought quickly. He must not expose his identity. But Jiang Xinyue didn't give him time to think and said, Don't make up lies, Jiang Li. Hearing this voice, Jiang Li shivered in his heart. He knew that he couldn't hide it. The Jiang family had been watching him for a long time, but he was definitely not afraid. Instead, he was secretly thinking of a way to escape. He had been going against the Jiang family for a long time. There was a deep hatred between him and the Jiang family. Jiang Lu, Jiang Tianhe, Jiang Haishan, Jiang Xian, Jiang Zhenyue, Jiang Zhenlei, and Jiang Zhenshan all died in his hands. The Jiang family's attitude towards him was to kill him. Looks like I'm being watched by you. Jiang Li calmed down long ago, and he smiled freely. given that the three of them could even chase away the 10,000 beasts venerable one, which was in chaotic origin breath. They were incredibly powerful. It would be impossible for Jiang Li to kill them, and it would be a miracle for him to escape from them. He was measuring the combat power of both parties to fight for an opportunity. He could also imagine that the Jiang family was definitely watching him. I've said it before, nobody can escape from the Jiang family's surveillance, especially you. Jiang Xinyue waved her hand to stop Jiang Xie and Jiang Nie, who were behind her, from surrounding Jiang Li in an equilateral triangle. You're siding with Saint Seesaw, aren't you? Why are you asking so much? Jiang Li knew it would be pointless to say anything else at this moment, so he decided not to say anything else. That's right. Everything about you is under our control. This time, I came out because you didn't know what was good for you. You came to the cultivation world, Jiang Xinyue said calmly, but her words were full of killing intent. Did you kill Jiang Xian? That's right, I killed Jiang Xian. Jiang Li did not intend to deny it. Do you know who Jiang Xian is? Jiang Xinyue answered, he's my younger brother, a genius, but unfortunately, he died young and was killed by you. You should understand how much I hate you. How are you going to deal with me then? Kill me? Jiang Li asked. No, I don't plan to kill you, nor do I plan to deal with you. Jiang Xinyue suddenly smiled. I'm a person who considers the big picture. For the sake of Saint Nailan, I can let go of this hatred, and I can even let your father, Jiang Zhendong, rejoin the Jiang family, a big clan, and let him be promoted to a direct descendant. As for you, I cherish talents very much. I can give you the green light, as long as you believe in Saint Nailan and abandon Seesaw's faith. Change my faith. Jiang Li laughed coldly. That seems impossible. What's impossible about it? Jiang Xinyue looked Jiang Li up and down repeatedly. I know what kind of person you are. Although we've never met before, ever since you killed Jiang Xian, I've been studying you. Originally, I wanted to go to Starry Sky University to kill you, but I couldn't get away in the cultivation world, so I kept delaying it. I didn't know that you would grow so quickly. You can defeat embryonic breathing state even before you advance to Chongding state. Moreover, Saint Nailan has long sent a message to me. He knows that there's a big shot behind you. That big shot is definitely not Saint Seesaw, nor is it Wang Chao, but someone else. However, Saint Nailan has no intention of attacking a small fry like you. He's handling a big matter. Of course, he also cherishes talents very much. He sent a message to me saying that as long as you believe in him, everything will be fine. Your father's position in the Jiang family will definitely be guaranteed. My father can be the Jiang family's clan leader. Jiang Li laughed. How dare you? Jiang Xie and Jiang Ye roared. Their murderous aura was dense and evil. Jiang Li, you really don't know what's good for you. Our Jiang family has promoted your father from the status of a slave to a direct descendant. It's a great grace. How dare you say such things? If that's the case, we'll kill you now and then go kill Jiang Zhendong. Do you think anyone can stop us? The two brothers were seething with anger. Jiang Li actually said that Jiang Zhendong would be the clan leader. Jiang Li, enough is enough. Don't go overboard. Jiang Xinyue wasn't angry. However, she looked at Jiang Li as if she was looking at a dead man. The clan leader's position is sacred. It's like an emperor of a dynasty. In fact, you know that our Jiang family's strength and population have completely surpassed the empires of ancient times. The luck of the clan leader surpasses that of an emperor. His every move is filled with power and authority. How can you easily spy on him? Of course, our family has already started to implement the nobility system. Come in and give your father the title of a duke. Nobility system? Jiang Li was shocked. Then his heart turned upside down. Your Jiang family really wants to restore the imperial system, to actually implement the nobility system within the family. The Jiang family was a large company. Large companies had all sorts of systems and benefits. It was equivalent to an independent kingdom. Normally, large companies would have a system of executives, officials, and so on. But within the Jiang family, they actually started to implement the nobility system. Duke, Marquis, Earl, and Earl were the sons. The clan leader was high up in the sky and had countless people surrounding him. If he wasn't an emperor, what else could he be? The Jiang family had always believed that humans were in the interstellar era. Restoring the imperial system was the best way to rule. Because humans had walked out of the interstellar era and fought with all sorts of races in the universe, they were constantly in a life and death situation. They had to restore the imperial system. Only then would they be able to gather all sorts of forces to deal with their enemies. Only when they were in a comfortable state could they use the election system. There was a certain logic to this. However, Jiangli didn't agree. He felt that restoring the imperial system was definitely a regression of history. Jiangli, what do you think? Jiang Xinyue was waiting for Jiang Li's reply. I will not follow the Jiang family in reversing history and vainly try to restore the imperial system. Moreover, the Jiang family is definitely going against the grain and will definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens. Jiang Li rejected. His body shot out and suddenly collided with Jiang Xie and Jiang Nie, attempting to break out of the encirclement. Chapter 295. Haha. Kid, I knew you were going to escape. With just you? Although you can defeat an embryonic breathing realm expert, I am not an ordinary one. When Jiang Xie saw Jiang Li charging towards him, he chuckled and opened up his 5 fingers. Instantly, a surge of energy overflowed from his palm. In an instant, it formed a wall of spells, or rather, a canopy of spells, which blocked in front of Jiang Li, heart of the great emperor. Jiang Li knew that this was the most crucial point. He had to break through the encirclement. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. His mind revolved the great emperor's seal and condensed it into a ball. Like an awl, he ruthlessly pierced the opponent's canopy of spells. Remarkable power was a combination of energy and mind. It could be condensed and dispersed at will. However, it was fundamentally mental power. The stronger the mental power, the more ingenious and powerful the use of remarkable power. Recently, Jiang Li had been diligently cultivating the great emperor's seal. He had already repeatedly verified the 5 seals of water, fire, wind, and thunder. In the depths of his mind, the 20 large stars that represented the 20-dimensional units revolved around each other. Suddenly, they trembled and actually condensed into a large star. It emitted a sharp radiance like a lightning bolt that tore through the sky and pierced through the pitch-black mind. The formless mental power pierced through the canopy of spells. Instantly, the canopy dissipated like snowflakes meeting the sun. Meanwhile, Jiang Li broke through the barrier and appeared in front of Jiang Xie, slapping down with his palm. Such a strong mental power. How did you cultivate it? Jiang Xie was shocked. With a backhand palm, the power in his body surged. Under the high-speed friction, the steel formed from his body was like a falling meteorite. Khanate God's palm, manifestation of one element. In between his palm, the shadow of the palm swayed. From the manifestation of one's life, all kinds of changes in the universe seemed to appear in the shadow of the palm. Jiang Li's 4 seals of water, fire, wind, and thunder were activated to the limit. Both of their physical bodies collided violently, and the sound of cracking could be heard. Kacha, kacha! The consecutive collisions were completed in a second. Sounds of porcelain shattering could be heard from within Jiang Li's body. This was because of Jiang Xie's immense physical strength. Jiang Li couldn't withstand it. So powerful. This Jiang Xie's physical strength is at least 30 points, and his vitality is 10 points higher than mine. Jiang Li was injured by this force, and his body was thrown high into the sky like a cannonball. However, he cheered and jumped up. He twisted in midair and started running in the sky. With a slight sway, he left a long trail in the air as he fled at high speed. Normally, the vitality of the embryonic breathing realm was more than 15. A vitality of 15 to 20 was the first level of the embryonic breathing realm, and 20 to 30 vitality. It was the second level of the embryonic breathing realm. A life force of 30 to 50 was the third level of the embryonic breathing realm. Back then, Chun Tianshu's vitality had already reached 64 when he used the breath of origin. It could be said that he had broken the limit, and he was the #1 enemy of Starry Sky University. Now, Jiang Xie's vitality was 30, which meant that he was at the second level of the embryonic breathing realm, the pinnacle of the divine breath realm. It was possible that he could break through the barrier at any time and reach the level of the breath of origin. Of course, Jiang Xie's mental strength was about 10-dimensional units, which was far from being a match for Jiang Li. However, Jiang Xie's realm was much higher than his, so it was impossible for Jiang Li to hypnotize him. At most, he could use his mental strength to tear apart his opponent's remarkable power, but he wouldn't be able to cause any substantial damage. The only thing he could do was to escape from this place. Relying on his familiarity with the Great Emperor's Wind Seal and his familiarity with the cultivation world, he hoped to leave the base and escape with his life. Trying to escape? Jiang Xie's face revealed a disdainful smile. You think you can escape with that little speed of yours? That's simply wishful thinking. Take a look at my magnum opus, the Heavenly Dragon roaming technique. He leaped up and actually started running in the sky. Moreover, his speed was much faster than Jiang Li's. While he was running, the friction between his body and the air actually emitted a faint flame. In the end, it was actually like a ball of raging fire, burning fiercely in the sky like a meteor sweeping across the land. Although Jiang Li's running speed was fast, it wasn't at such a level. Right now, he was running at about 10 times the speed of sound. In order to create a raging fire from the friction between his body and the air, and then create a trail of flames that was a few kilometers or even more than 10 kilometers long, he would need to travel at 20 times the speed of sound or even 30 times the speed of sound. At this moment, Jiang Xie was chasing after him. Jiang Ye also leaped up, his speed not much slower than Jiang Xie's. As for Jiang Xinyue, she didn't move at all. 9 faint shadows appeared around her body. These shadows transformed into the shape of 9 dragons. Then, they carried a dragon throne and suddenly flew up, causing her to sit on the dragon throne. In an instant, she actually surpassed both Jiang Xie and Jiang Ye. This kind of speed didn't cause sparks to appear in the atmosphere. Instead, it was completely silent. This was amazing. This was the result of energy and the atmosphere driving each other, harmonizing with each other. This was the supreme feeling of the Great Emperor's Heart Seal. Damn, so fast. With the abilities of these 3 people, it would be hard for me to contend against any one of them. After all, the difference in realms is too big. If I could compete for the embryonic breathing realm, these 3 people would be easy to deal with. As for now, it's difficult. I don't know if I can escape this time. Jiang Li kept fleeing in midair. He used the Great Emperor's Wind Seal to the extreme. He was walking in an S-shaped curve so that he could avoid the pursuit. Moreover, he condensed his mental energy into a needle and ruthlessly stabbed it behind him, invading the minds of the 3 people. He didn't hope to hypnotize them, but to obstruct them and slow down their pursuit. With 1 chasing and 1 escaping, they left the base just like that. This brat's speed is obviously much slower than ours, but we actually can't surround him. After chasing for about 5 minutes, they had surrounded him a few times. However, Jiang Li always drew many trajectories in the air and escaped from unimaginable angles, breaking through the encirclement. This caused Jiang Xie to fly into a rage. His martial arts are exquisite. Look, when he is flying, his body is tearing apart the earth energy, but there is no sound of wind. It seems as though when the wind passes through his body, his cells absorb the energy from the tearing of the atmosphere, creating a perfect cycle. Jiang Xinyue's mental energy fluctuated, warning Jiang Xie and Jiang Mie that she wasn't in a hurry to catch up with Jiang Li. Instead, she wanted to force out his greatest potential and see what Jiang Li's true cultivation was like. While Jiang Li was escaping, she was constantly observing him. She clicked her tongue in admiration. This person's movement technique and his ability to control the atmosphere are unheard of. Although he hasn't reached the pinnacle of this movement technique, it's definitely not Saint Seesaw's technique. This is a mystique secret technique similar to the Longevity Supreme scripture, but it's definitely different. Of course, it is also a godly martial art, not an SS or even an SSS grade technique. If this martial art is evaluated, it should be at least 5S grades. Human martial arts were divided into D, C, B, AS, and SS grades. After that, there would be an additional S grade. However, most SS grade martial arts were considered human secret arts, and only those at the highest level could learn them. Impossible. It's a martial art similar to the longevity supreme scripture. How can it be? Could he be like Saint Nalen, who obtained a god's relic? Jiang Xie approached Jiang Li quickly, but Jiang Li moved like a fish and escaped from his mystic art. Got hand capture. He swung his hand, and 5 fingers flew out. Energy gathered into a huge hand and grabbed at Jiang Li. This energy hand was about 3 to 4 acres in size. However, Jiang Li shuttled and actually flew past his fingertips. Let me see how much energy you have. The Saint Embryo energy in my body is endless, and I can absorb the heaven and earth spiritual chi. I will never be exhausted. Jiang Xie roared. Your physical body is not limitless. Even if you go to the ends of the earth, you will not be able to escape death. Jiang Li couldn't be bothered with him. He was absolutely confident that he could escape from Jiang Xie and Jiang Nie, but he was truly fearful of the mysterious Jiang Xinyue, because she had the ability to kill him. Most of his attention was on guarding against this woman. However, this woman seemed to be toying with him, forcing out all his secrets before killing him. How can I escape or counterattack? This seems to be a desperate situation, but the more desperate the situation is, the more pressure I will gain. I have been under little Thearchus' protection for a long time. Jiang Li was getting calmer. How can I make use of this opportunity? Is there anything that is beneficial to me? While he was escaping, his huge brain was thinking and operating, not letting go of any chance that he could take advantage of. Every single one of his brain cells was operating at high speed. His entire brain was like the USS Moses, gathering the surrounding environment, the situation before him, all kinds of life forces, and even the smallest information. Then he referred to the endless examples of turning defeat into victory in history and the weak defeating the strong. Then he carried out repeated arguments and made all kinds of predictions and deductions. First, Jiang Li would attack rapidly and fight with Jiang Ye. He would use the most violent battle tactics to capture one of them and force the others to retreat. This thought came together. Within 1/100th of a second, such a scene appeared in his brain as though he was dreaming. All sorts of deductions were completed in an instant, and the success rate wasn't high. Second, while he was escaping, he would find the lair of a powerful existence in the cultivation world and enter it, causing chaos, and then take the opportunity to escape. This was because in the cultivation world, there were powerful beasts everywhere, and there were also the cave abodes of some experts. It was very easy to cause trouble. At that moment, various scenes appeared in his mind. It was the process of him attracting the powerful existence and creating chaos. This was deducing the future. However, the success rate of this wasn't high either. This was because the powerful existence wasn't a fool. They would see through his intentions at a glance, and might even kill him first. Third, the 3 of them had soul card in their bodies, concealing the aura of earthlings and fusing with the cultivation world. Without being detected by the heavenly will, if he could destroy the soul cards of the 3, then the heavenly will of the cultivation world would descend, and the 3 of them would be suppressed, either dead or injured. Perhaps he could turn defeat into victory? This scenario was also deduced. In the depths of his mind, dream after dream appeared, and these dreams were the various changes of his third guess. Following that, all sorts of guesses formed one dream after another in his mind, and these were all the various changes of the future. There were endless possibilities in the future. This was the parallel universe theory the humans discovered when they were researching the multiverse. Perhaps, at this moment, if you sneezed, your life would be completely different from if you didn't sneeze. Every second, you could choose countless changes in your life. Experts could make all sorts of deductions about their life's future. Whatever they wanted to do next, they would have a clear goal, and from the countless fates and futures, they would find the most perfect one. As for Jiang Li, he was even more amazing. He was calculating all sorts of transformations, and he could clearly see them in his mind. Thousands of future transformations appeared in his mind, down to the tiniest detail. It was as if he had experienced thousands of future lives in a single second. In other words, he had turned the changes in reality into a dream. And a dream was something that would happen in the future, and having a dream was equivalent to experiencing a future. If the future didn't succeed, he wouldn't take this path. This meant that his life could be loaded. What kind of change was this? How magical was this? Chapter 296. A supercomputer could analyze something and then turn the results of the future into a movie and show it to people. It would tell them that if they did this, then their future would be like this. This was also a Sim's computing power, which was very popular among humans. At the same time, the accuracy of human computers' calculations was also quite high. Of course, the more advanced the computer was, the better it was to be able to calculate the changes in the future. But now, Jiang Li's brain had already surpassed the computing speed of those supercomputers. In the form of a dream, he could calculate dozens of changes in the future in an instant. How magical was a dream? It was a flicker of consciousness that surpassed time. It was the most magical form in the world. Because if you experienced thousands of years in a dream, when you woke up, only a day, an hour, or even a second had passed. Sometimes you felt that only a few days had passed in a dream, but thousands of years had passed in the real world. This was a dream. Jiang Li cultivated the great soul emperor seal, and ever since he received the blessing of heaven's will, his mental power had increased to 20 dimensions. Although it was powerful, his cultivation level had been stagnant. This had instead affected his cultivation. It was like a pauper suddenly finding a mountain of gold and silver, but he was afraid, not knowing how to use it or how to organize his life. For the cultivation of the mind, a sudden surge of power would indeed cause one to lose one's nature, and it would instead be detrimental to one's cultivation. Therefore, after Jiang Li obtained heaven's will, he experienced a series of things, but he still didn't improve much. But now that he was in the cultivation world, little Dharch had left, and he was being hunted by the three masters of the Jiang family. The pressure of survival fell on him, and his savings began to be released. He had accumulated a lot of savings. Reading in the library of the Star Sky University, countless cultivation theories appeared in his mind, and he stayed on Earth for 3 months. During this time, his mental power didn't grow, his cultivation level didn't grow, and his vitality didn't grow, but he read, researched, and thought day and night, and the huge accumulation settled in the depths of his mind, waiting for the day to blossom and bear fruit. In particular, he read much faster than ordinary people. It was like a computer scanning, and a vast amount of knowledge could be integrated into the depths of his mind in an instant. Not only did it leave a deep impression, but it also gave him his own unique understanding. Of course, many experts had such abilities. This time, under the immense pressure and the threat of death, he finally made a breakthrough and comprehended some of the profundities of the Grand Emperor's seal. His brain cells were incomparably active. It was rumored that in the second before death, a person could remember their entire life. Every single detail would be vivid in their mind. Jiang Li was also in this state. Furthermore, he was able to speculate about his own future. This series of changes actually only took a few seconds. In just a few seconds, Jiang Li's mind had deduced dozens of future possibilities for himself. His spiritual energy was raised to the limit. It felt like it was condensing and taking shape, breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly. There was also the joy of being pregnant for 10 months and giving birth to a new life. This was a sign that he was about to cultivate the great emperor's human seal and have a deeper understanding of the embryonic breathing. Heaven, earth, human, and great monarch 4 seals. Jiang Li had already cultivated the great monarch heart seal. Next was the mysterious great monarch mortal seal. Once this seal was cultivated, it would have unfathomable mysteries. This was also a necessary step to condense the sacred fetus. Ever since the battle with Meng Xingyun, Jiang Li had comprehended the steadfast realm. It had been a long time, and he was already familiar with some of the changes in the steadfast realm. Now that he was at the peak of the steadfast realm, he had definitely accumulated enough experience in the embryonic breathing. In the depths of his mind, many future possibilities were deduced one by one, and his realm increased accordingly. His body leaped up, and finally, with a flash of inspiration, he came up with a plan. This was also the plan with the highest survival rate. Fight! Since you want to kill me, then I can only fight. Jiang Nalan can't do anything to Saint Seesaw. When you threaten my life, Saint Seesaw will appear. Jiang Li roared continuously. He looked like a cornered beast fighting, but in fact, every word he said had a purpose. He wanted to increase his chances of survival. Saint Seesaw, Jiang Xinyue didn't attack. Instead, she flew hundreds of meters above Jiang Li's head, looked down, and used her mental energy to lock onto him. No matter where Jiang Li escaped to, there would only be one outcome, and that was death. Saint Seesaw can't possibly come to the cultivation world. He is a saint, and once he is discovered by the cultivation world's will, he will definitely die. We are the cultivation world's virus, and he is a fly, or even a hungry wolf. If the cultivation world's will doesn't kill him, it would be a waste of its own life. For example, if the cultivation world was a person, an expert in the embryonic breathing realm would at most be a virus, while an expert in the meditative realm would be a mosquito. A virus would not be noticed, but a mosquito would be killed by a swat. As for a saint, they were a large mass of flies, or even ferocious wild beasts. This was the kind of person that the cultivation worlds will want to kill. Moreover, if a saint expert died in the cultivation world, the huge soul power would be a great nourishment to the cultivation world's will. Saint Seesaw has long found a way to fight against Jiang Nalan. Jiang Li slashed out with his palm and attacked Jiang Xie again. He was incomparably ferocious, and as their fists and legs clashed, Jiang Li's body was exploding with crackling sounds, but he didn't die. I'll tell you the truth. Jiang Xie was constantly increasing his strength. When he struck out with his fist technique, there were fist shadows in all directions surrounding Jiang Li. With his strength, he had the upper hand. If it wasn't for Jiang Li's super strong mental energy and the profoundness of his body of the great emperor, he would have been beaten to death by Jiang Xie. After all, there was a huge difference between their realms and life force. Chang Ding against someone at the second realm of the embryonic breathing realm. Even 100 of them together wouldn't be a match. We have cultivated the supreme scripture of longevity. The entire cultivation world was created by an eternal emperor, so the cultivation world's will is equivalent to the son of the eternal emperor. Our Saint Nalan has obtained the supreme scripture of longevity and the inheritance of the eternal emperor, so he is equivalent to the disciple of the eternal emperor. He is a senior and junior brother of the cultivation world's will. The cultivation world's will can't do anything to him. The entire vast world, a half-plane that is 3 times the size of the solar system, will eventually be obtained by our Jiang clan. Think about it. If we obtain the entire cultivation world, what is the human society to our Jiang clan? Why can't our Jiang clan be the emperor of the empire? When that time comes, Saint Nalan will be the god, the only god of the entire human race. What? There's such a message? Jiang Li was shocked. If that was the case, Jiang Nalan would be very powerful. She would be the #1 person in the human race, and might even surpass Wang Chao. When that time comes, the human race will have a god, and we will have the bloodline of God. It is only natural for us to become the emperor and the royal family. Jiang Xinyue was high and mighty. When she saw how Jiang Li was struggling under Jiang Xie's attacks, and how Jiang Mie didn't even make a move, she couldn't help but laugh. The reason why humans are talking about democracy and elections is because no one can suppress the other. In ancient times, be it the West or the East, they all emphasized on the god's authority. The East Empire emphasized on offering sacrifices to the heavens, and the West Empire's emperor was also crowned by the Pope. Jiang Li, you should know that in the universe, advanced civilizations all have gods. A civilization without gods is like a candle in the wind that can be extinguished at any time. We humans are just a low-level civilization. Between an advanced civilization and a low-level civilization, who do you think has the more advanced system? Our Jiang clan is carrying out the great cause of the human race. There are two people who have contributed the most to the development of the human race. The first is Wang Chao. His will had already merged with the Earth's will during the era of the Empire. At that time, when a huge ship crashed, he merged with the Earth's will and shot it down. In the decades that followed, he completely transformed into the Earth's will and disappeared without a trace. This person is a supreme existence on Earth, and even Saint Nayland admires him greatly. He allowed the human race to step into the interstellar era from the Empire era. However, although Saint Nayland admires him, he wants to surpass this person. He will allow the human race to step into the God era from the interstellar era. So Wang Chao's will merged with the Earth's will. Zhang Li heard another shocking piece of news. No. In that instant, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart, as if his blood was surging. I will lead this human era. I will guide the era of gods. I am the one who will bring the entire human race from the galaxy era to the great emperor era, which is also the era of gods. I will guide the human race's era. Zhang Li shouted in his heart. At this moment, he felt some admiration for Jiang Nayland. He admired his ideals, his achievements, and his innate abilities. Towards such a person, he had to maintain a sense of humility towards power. Perhaps his current feelings towards Jiang Nayland were the same as how Jiang Nayland felt towards Wang Chao in the past. He was high and mighty, undefeatable, but his heart was filled with ambition, wanting to surpass you. Submit to me. At this moment, Jiang Xie slammed down with his palm. One origin manifestation, yin and yang, 3 flowers, emptiness, 5 energies, 6 paths of reincarnation, 7 stars alignment, 8 division heavenly dragon, 9 supremes. One palm had 9 moves, and each move was a rare ultimate art of the human race. This was a set of fist arts, and it was similar to the Great Emperor's seal. This move should be an ultimate art of the Longevity Supreme Sutra, and it wasn't a martial art of Earth. However, the name of the move was extremely domineering when translated into human words. From 1 to 9, each move had an aura that could shatter the heavens and rend the earth. Jiang Li was completely enveloped within. The strong wind surrounded Jiang Li's body, and with a kacha sound, he felt as though his bones were being crushed. Jiang Miao watched from the side and didn't make a move. This Khanate godly fist is divided into 9 moves, and it is a set of fist arts from the Longevity Supreme Sutra. It can break through the limits of the Hotian realm and reach the Khanate realm. What is the Khanate realm? It is the state before the heaven and earth have formed. Jiang Li, you're no match for me. Just surrender. In scientific terms, the term Khanate was the era before the Big Bang. Chapter 297. The innate divine fist consisted of 9 strikes, each more ferocious, majestic, and cruel than the last. This fist art seemed to be able to absorb innate divine energy and comprehend the origin of the universe before the Big Bang. Jiang Li would only be able to defeat this fist art if he mastered all 9 seals of the Great Emperor, but it was impossible for him to do so now. But he already had a plan. In the face of impending death, under the immense pressure, his mind was highly focused. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his energy and spirit were completely different. Roar, roar. A series of ripples appeared in the world. Jiang Li suddenly made a grabbing motion, and in the depths of his sea of consciousness, all the large stars condensed into a vortex that began to revolve at high speed. The calculation speed of his brain cells far surpassed NEA. Rumble. In his mind, a whirlpool of stars appeared, and a powerful soul force erupted from his body. An invisible mental storm swept across the area. Behind him, there seemed to be a human figure formed from mental energy. This human figure was like a great monarch that ruled over the galaxy. It opened its mouth and sucked in all the souls. Great monarch's human seal. At this moment, Jiang Li had actually gained enlightenment of the mortal seal of the 9 seals of the Grand Emperor. This mortal seal was ranked 4th and was incredibly powerful. Once he succeeded in cultivating it, he would be able to cultivate the human Tao, understand the origins of people, and understand the ultimate secrets of life and death. The gathering and dispersing of humans, their life and death were constantly changing within this seal. This was the supreme profundity of the great monarch's human seal. Human. It represented wisdom, morality, kindness, order, civilization, and the positive energy of the universe. The biggest difference between humans and beasts was that humans had morality while beasts had no order. In a human civilization, strength wasn't everything. In a long river of history, the weak could command the strong. A weak scholar could command countless valiant generals. An emperor who was so sick that he couldn't move could kill countless people with a single order. This was the power of order, something unique to humans. This was something that couldn't be seen among beasts and beasts. The great monarch's human seal represented order. Order could control souls. The aura of humans was all within order. When an ancient emperor gave an order, humans wouldn't dare to resist. They would rather commit suicide than to do anything. This was a form of submission that reached deep into the soul and even surpassed the instinct of death. Human. This was the profound meaning. That was why, after seeing through the secrets of humans, he would be able to use order to manipulate souls, causing countless people to willingly sacrifice their lives for him, to surrender themselves to him, and to make countless people bow their heads to him. This was similar to the legendary king's aura. What a powerful soul attraction force. You want to pull my soul and manipulate it. Jiang Xie's face turned ugly when he saw Jiang Li's immense soul force exploding out of nowhere and his hands forming countless hand seals. Every strike of his was imbued with immense mental strength and was actually able to withstand his innate divine fist. He retracted a portion of his mental strength and stabilized his soul force so that it wouldn't be pulled out. What a strong soul suction force. But it's useless against Jiang Xie. Jiang Xinyue stood up high with a nonchalant expression. The difference between their realms is too big. That's true, Jiang Mie said. However, this kid has struggled for so long. He really is a genius. Let's capture him and make him work for our Jiang clan. He'll become a believer of Saint Nalen. That's for sure. Jiang Xinyue was confident, but she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted, "Not good." However, it was too late for her to comprehend it. The moment Jiang Li released the great sovereign's mortal seal, there was a strong suction force on his soul. Although it couldn't absorb Jiang Xie's soul, a card on Jiang Xie's body was sucked out. That's right, it was a soul card. Killing living beings in the cultivation world and using a large number of souls to condense into a soul card to deceive the heaven's will of the cultivation world. The theory behind this was simple. It was like a virus that infiltrated the optical computer system and disguised itself as a system file. When Jiang Li used the great sovereign's mortal seal, he could control and absorb souls to comprehend the profound secrets of the soul. Although he couldn't absorb Jiang Xie's soul, he could absorb the soul card. The soul card was condensed from a large number of souls. It was a combination of magical treasures and technology. It was pulled out of Jiang Xie's body and exploded in the sky. It turned into a shapeless ray of light and entered Jiang Li's body. At the same time, the originally clear sky was filled with dark clouds. Thunder rumbled and many pitch-black cracks appeared in the sky. They seemed to be cracks in space. Jiang Xie's body was burning with a large amount of flames. This was the backlash of the heaven's will of the cultivation world. Jiang Xie was an earthling. To the heaven's will of the cultivation world, he was an otherworldly demon. He was very strong and was at the second tier of the embryonic breathing realm. Such a person would be favored by the heaven's will of the cultivation world. Once he used his energy without restraint, it would be the end of the world. Now that he used the innate divine fist, the energy was huge and it was even more sensitive to the heaven's will. Rumble. Countless cracks in the void, flames, and lightning landed on Jiang Xie's body. Immediately, Jiang Xie screamed in pain. He shouted, "Save me! Save me! I have been targeted by the heaven's will. However, Jiang Xinyue and Jiang Mie couldn't get close to him because the heavens was too ferocious. Moreover, they were deeply afraid of Jiang Li's sudden soul absorption. At this moment, Jiang Li came close to Jiang Xie and suddenly punched. This punch was like the roar of thousands of dragons, like a million soldiers rushing over. It was like a meteor piercing through the void and like lightning splitting the void. Crack! Jiang Li's punch landed on Jiang Xie's head. One of his heads immediately split open and a sacred fetus appeared. Energy flowed in all directions. This time, the heaven's wrath was even more ferocious. Under the heaven's wrath, Jiang Xie's sacred fetus roared, moaned, and screamed in pain. However, it was of no use. With a grab from Jiang Li, it immediately shrunk. Then, he used the great emperor's seal. Water, fire, wind, lightning, and human heart. All 6 seals were used to absorb the sacred fetus's soul. After losing the support of the soul, the sacred fetus's huge energy dissipated and a ball of biological energy essence was absorbed by Jiang Li. He had the experience of absorbing the sacred fetus. Hong Heiyu had taught him before, and he had a deep understanding of the great emperor's seal. With a grab, the innate astral chi enveloped the ball of biological energy and swallowed it like a pill. It was slowly digested in his stomach. The sacred fetus was the best biological energy. Absorbing the sacred fetus was like absorbing a spirit stone. Of course, the sacred fetus carried the enemy's huge will. Only by destroying the enemy's will and soul could one enjoy a feast of biological energy. However, Jiang Li didn't even have time to enjoy this feast. An even more powerful force poured into his body, causing crunching sounds to ring out. He seemed to hear a voice. This voice didn't have the slightest bit of emotion. It was like a reward from the system when he was playing a game. My people, you have killed a powerful demon from outer space. I will reward you. Kacha, Kacha. The heavens will mix with the energy and pour down. It was a type of immortal chi, the same as the energy from the spirit stone that Jiang Li had absorbed. Once this energy rushed into his body, every cell started to become active. The sacred fetus that he had swallowed instantly melted in this stream of energy. Then it gathered into an even more powerful biological energy that rampaged in Jiang Li's body. Countless water, fire, wind, and lightning elements surged around Jiang Li, almost turning him into a chaotic world. He roared into the sky. Every pore of his was spewing out surging streams of energy that could cut steel. His life force didn't increase at all. He just felt the energy in his body gathering in the depths of his dantian and lower abdomen. His mental strength didn't increase either. Instead, in the depths of his mind, a lot of mental strength also gathered in his dantian and lower abdomen. This was the heavens will reward him for killing Jiang Xie, as well as the huge biological energy of Jiang Xie's sacred fetus and the huge mutation caused by absorbing so many souls. The energy of that powerful life force seemed to vaguely condense into an embryo in his body. This embryo kept wriggling like a woman who was pregnant for 10 months. Moreover, the life energy stored in the cells in his body was also gathering in the center. Not only did his life force not increase, but it also decreased. From 20 to 19, then 18, then 17, his body actually began to weaken. However, in the face of this situation, Jiang Li wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. He knew that this was the sign of the sacred fetus condensing. The great emperor's fetus had begun to condense. When anyone began to condense a sacred fetus, the energy of the physical body would surge into the sacred fetus and open up a second life. The sacred fetus was the second life of a person. The condensation of the sacred fetus was equivalent to a person starting to change the form of life and nurture a second self. The physical body would then become the energy supply armor. However, Jiang Li was only the embryo of the great emperor's fetus. he was still far from cultivating the true sacred fetus. Unless he comprehended all 9 seals and gathered a huge amount of energy, he would then be able to break through the bottleneck in one go. The vast amount of mental strength and life force gathered in the great emperor's embryo in the depths of his dantian. Jiang Li's life force eventually fell below 10 and was only 8. His massive mental strength was being sucked away. One by one, the stars in the depths of his brain were being sucked away. Eventually, his mental strength fell below the first dimension. A total of 20 dimensions of mental strength had been sucked clean. Now, he was just an ordinary expert in the fixed realm. However, his life force and mental strength didn't disappear. They were just stored. As long as he activated the great emperor's embryo, his life force and mental strength would instantly recover and increase. Normally, when he wasn't using it, his life force and mental strength would be hidden. This was like a long, sharp sword sheathed. It was even more terrifying. A sword that wasn't unsheathed was the scariest. Moreover, now that Jiang Li was good at hiding, no one could see him clearly. Chapter 298. Jiang Li had cultivated the embryo, which absorbed all of his mental strength and life force. It was his second self. On the surface, Jiang Li looked no different from a regular expert. He could even let the embryo absorb his life force and turn him into an ordinary person. That was a deeper layer of disguise. Of course, an expert would still be able to discover the embryo in his body. Unless he cultivated the 9 seals of the great emperor and the heaven and earth seals, as well as the dream seal, he would be able to perfectly fuse with heaven and earth and turn into a dream. No matter how skilled an expert was, they would not be able to see through his disguise. He took a slight breath, and energy surged from his dantian. The great emperor embryo released its powerful potential, and a punch from it seemed like it could punch through a mountain. This time, he was one step closer to the embryonic stage. Originally, to cultivate the great emperor embryo to the embryonic stage would require a lot of mental strength and energy. However, he killed Jiang Xie, digested the huge amount of biological energy in his body, absorbed his soul, and turned it into mental strength. In the end, he was rewarded by heaven's will, which allowed him to complete the journey that took decades. Moreover, when Jiang Xie's huge amount of biological energy was absorbed into his body, Jiang Li would not be able to digest it within a few years. However, with the help of heaven's will, he was able to refine it in an instant. Ha! Jiang Li was ecstatic. This has saved me at least 20 years of hard work. Although I'm still far from the great emperor embryo, I just need to keep absorbing biological energy, train my mental strength, and absorb souls. Heaven and earth nurtured all living beings. After death, they would return to dust, and their souls would fuse with heaven and earth to strengthen the will of heaven and earth. That was heaven's will. In that instant, Jiang Li understood the secret of the heaven, earth, and human seals. The great emperor's human seal understood the secrets of the human soul. As for the heaven and earth seals, they understood the secrets of planets and dimensions. The soul was a kind of energy that came from the void. As humans grew, the soul would gradually mature, just like crops. When a human died, the soul would fall off and return to the void realm or be absorbed by the world. Where did the soul come from? It was a mysterious place. Understanding the source of the soul meant understanding the ultimate meaning of life and death. Understanding the eternal question, where do I come from and where do I go, was also the opening of the gate of chaos. Jiang Li, you killed Jiang Xie. At that moment, Jiang Xinyue and Jiang Mie slid to the side as if they were afraid that Jiang Li would destroy their soul card. The cultivation worlds would take revenge. In their eyes, Jiang Li suddenly became unfathomable. Jiang Xinyue could feel that Jiang Li's aura had been continuously decreasing, and in the end, he had actually become an ordinary Chongding expert. This was a good thing, but Jiang Xinyue knew that this was definitely because Jiang Li had undergone some kind of inconceivable change. His energy was highly concentrated and stored within his body, which was even more terrifying. No one could tell how much power he had gained. Moreover, when Heavens will descended to bestow a reward, she had seen it clearly as well. That tremendous, immortal energy and the support of Heavens was simply impossible to resist. Everyone had entered the cultivation world, which was equivalent to playing a large-scale online game. The will of the Heavens was the will of the system. No player or NPC could defy this will. Yes, I killed Jiang Xie, Jiang Li. I also devoured his soul, and I was rewarded by the Heavens' will of the cultivation world. What do you think? You don't have a soul card on you, nor do you have anything to hide your aura. Your soul seems to have fused with the cultivation world. Could it be that you're from the cultivation world, being a spy among us humans? Jiang Xinyue discovered a serious problem. As for Jiang Xie's death, she quickly calmed down from the initial shock. This was the attitude of someone who was used to seeing life and death. No one's death could shake her heart. She was still calmly analyzing. That is a secret. Jiang Li did not intend to elaborate. What do you think we should do now? You still want to kill me? Even if I don't use any energy, I can kill you with just my physical body. Jiang Xinyue was unmoved. It doesn't matter to me whether I have a soul card or not. Even a person without arms and legs can easily kill an ant. You should understand this. Then make your move. Jiang Li spread his hands apart, ready for battle. I will give you another chance to tell me your secret. You are definitely not a believer of Saint Seesaw, but you use some method to steal his faith. What kind of secret is that? Jiang Xinyue discovered a key point. Your strongest method should be deception. You lied to Saint Seesaw and the cultivation world's will. I sense the Jiang family's bloodline in you, so you are not from the cultivation world. But you used a special method. What is it? I looked into your information. 3 years ago, you were an ordinary person, but you suddenly exploded. You must have obtained something. The martial arts you used is similar to the longevity supreme scripture. In other words, you have obtained the inheritance of the great emperor, or in other words, the inheritance of God. If I spread this secret in the human world, what do you think the consequences will be? What consequences? Jiang Li smiled. Since you know that I have the support of an important person, you must know that I have a saint behind me, and a very strong one at that. That is not seesaw. With the support of a saint, what can a human society do to me? Who is the saint behind you? Jiang Xinyue realized that Jiang Li was invulnerable. Indeed, after the human society found out about Jiang Li's secret, they would use all kinds of methods to interrogate him. But it was different if he had the support of saint. The human society would not dare to force a saint. This is also a secret, but Jiang Nailin should know. In the black market of Suhua City on Earth, he showed his divinity once, but he was defeated by the person behind me. That person was not Wang Chao. Didn't he tell you about this? Jiang Li had already calculated all kinds of changes in the situation, so he dealt with it flawlessly. He was not flustered at all. Once he was mentally prepared, he would not be the slightest bit moved by anything unexpected. There is such a thing, but this is Saint Nailin's private matter. Naturally, he would not tell us. Jiang Xinyue slowly landed on the ground. She didn't use any techniques. Instead, she hid the holy fetus in her body. She didn't want Jiang Li to destroy the soul card. She said, but things are different now. Saint Nailin is no longer the saint he used to be. He is a powerful cultivator who is close to the heaven's will of the cultivation world. Even if all the saints in the human society were to join forces, they would not be able to defeat him. So even if you have the support of a saint, it is useless. You will only be digging your own grave. What a boast. He can fight against all the saints of the human race. Jiang Li did not believe that Jiang Nailin had the strength to unify the human race a long time ago. The Jiang clan was also extremely arrogant. Believe it or not, you killed Jiang Xie, which is a heinous crime. This time, you will not be able to escape death. Even the saint behind you will not be able to save you. Jiang Xinyue placed her hands behind her back, and her hair fluttered in the wind. Her face was beautiful, but she had the temperament of a goddess. She opened her palm, and a mighty aura like that of a raging river appeared. This kind of godly aura seemed to be able to cover the entire world. Even without using the holy fetus, I can still kill you. You did not get a taste of Jiang Xie's innate divine fist just now. Now, I will let you see what is called the real innate divine fist. Boom! Jiang Xinyue rushed over, and her body was like a sword. She was even faster than a falling meteorite. Of course, it was faster than the design of a bullet. The speed of a normal bullet was only at the speed of sound, or 2 to 3 times that of sound. And the friction between the falling meteorite and the atmosphere had to be 15 to 20 times that of a bullet. If one's body exceeded this speed, then one would definitely be inhuman. Zhongli had no way to avoid it, and he was sent flying. But the moment he was hit, the embryo in his body surged with a powerful life force that penetrated through his body, causing his great monarch wind seal to spin slightly and neutralize 90% of the force. Then he used this force to spin, and the cells in his body wriggled to absorb the powerful impact force. After a series of transformations, it actually merged into the depths of the great monarch embryo. The impact force was a type of mechanical energy, and when it hit the human body would definitely be injured. But the great monarch embryo in Jiang Li's body was actually able to neutralize the mechanical energy, converting it into a special type of energy to replenish itself. This was a miracle that no martial art could achieve. It was like a water current hitting a generator, but not only did it not damage the generator, it even made it work. It produced a powerful electric current for humans to use. It was the same for Jiang Li's great monarch embryo. Any attack force that hit his body was absorbed by the cells in his body and then injected into the great monarch embryo to convert it into energy and nutrients. Thinking about it, Jiang Xinyue's attack was even stronger than a meteorite. What kind of impact force was that? A building could be turned to dust by her fist, and a train could be smashed into pieces. How much energy could such an impact force produce in an instant? The violent energy was actually completely neutralized when it hit Jiang Li's body. This was unbelievable power. The depths of Jiang Li's mind began to flicker. Many formulas appeared in his mind. They were formulas for energy. How much impact force? How much energy was produced? How much energy was produced? How the cells would convert the energy, and how the energy would stack up and fuse into the Grand Emperor embryo. Everything was a change in force. The impact force and the energy formed the laws of the entire universe. Any martial art, god art, or celestial art belonged to science and could be calculated with formulas. That was because they couldn't escape the changes of energy, time, and space. At this moment, Jiang Li's mind was like an optical computer calculating all the changes in his body and the changes in the energy of heaven and earth. His body was the most magical machine, controlling all energy. Any attack, any martial art, in his eyes, was just a formula. Chapter 299. Such a transformation was unheard of in the realm of martial arts teachings. Although Jiang Li's cultivation was not at the embryonic breathing realm, he had opened up a new realm. No one could guess the profoundness of his realm. First of all, the great emperor's human seal could stimulate the soul vortex and pull the soul into his body to digest it. This was a function of the heaven and earth. Secondly, the great emperor's embryo could actually absorb the energy of all attacks and transform the energy into its own resources. This was something that no martial arts teachings or any body could do. In other words, as long as the attacks did not exceed its own limits, it could be like a generator continuously absorbing the energy of the attacks to nourish the sacred embryo. Of course, Jiang Li knew that his great emperor's embryo had a limit. If the attacks were too fierce or the energy of the attacks were too strong and condensed, he would not be able to withstand it. His understanding of mechanics was equivalent to that of a great scientist, and the calculation in his brain was equivalent to that of a super optical computer. Therefore, he could instantly calculate all the damage that was inflicted on him, and he could understand how much energy he had absorbed. At this moment, the great emperor's seal finally showed its power. This was comparable to the martial arts teachings of the deities. It was truly worthy of its name. Immediately, Jiang Li fought with Jiang Xinyue using his physical body's fist technique. Jiang Xinyue did not dare to use his remarkable power. She only used her physical body to fight with him. Hence, although his opponent's punches and kicks were heavy, they were within the range that he could withstand. With every punch, his whole body shook violently. The energy rushed into his body and gathered in the Great Emperor's embryo. The Great Emperor's embryo transformed it into its own energy and stored it to cultivate itself. Hence, no matter how ferocious Jiang Xinyue's attacks were, he could resolve them one by one. If Jiang Xinyue used her remarkable power, it would be more terrifying. His physical body could not withstand the energy limit, and he could only die. With every hit from Jiang Xinyue, a warm current would surge from the dantian in Jiang Li's lower abdomen. This warm current spread out, and every time it throbbed, it was as if he had eaten a panacea. The impact energy that was used to destroy was actually converted into a warm current that was beneficial to the body. The embryonic form of the Great Emperor's embryo was simply miraculous. If one could truly cultivate the Great Emperor's embryo, what kind of level would it reach? Jiang Xinyue threw out hundreds and thousands of punches in a row, clashing with Jiang Li. She seemed to have the upper hand, but gradually she felt that something was wrong. Every punch she threw was somewhat empty and did not hit anything. The impact of the punches was like a clay ox disappearing into the sea, as if all of her attacks were hitting a black hole. What kind of martial art is this? In other words, it can absorb all damage? A spot of light appeared between Jiang Xinyue's brows. Her powerful psyche pierced out violently, trying to probe Jiang Li's body. Her spiritual force was also extremely strong. Within her body, there seemed to be 9 energy bodies revolving around each other. These were the 9 great holy embryos. The secret cultivation technique recorded in the supreme scripture of longevity would produce 9 great holy embryos if it was cultivated to the small success stage. These holy embryos would condense together and revolve around each other, like the heavenly Tao from 1 to 9. It was an endless cycle that no one could resist. Even if there were 100 people in the same realm, they would not be able to resist one. It was as if the power of 9 people was added to one person's body. In that case, that person would be able to fight against 100 or even 1,000 people. When Jiang Xinyue used her psyche to probe Jiang Li also felt the 9 great holy embryos in her body. Of course, some of these holy embryos had not been cultivated. They were also considered embryos. Once they were cultivated, he would definitely not be a match for them. Although he could withstand his opponent's attacks and even absorb the damage, as time went on, his cells would not be able to withstand the damage and would collapse. After all, even if his body was a machine, it would not be able to overload. Fortunately, his strength had increased greatly. Once the embryos of the Great Emperor were formed, he could feel the Great Emperor's wind seal reaching a higher level. With a thought, he could communicate with the air currents like a fish in water. He leaped up and shot forward. His speed was actually 2 times faster than before. He reached 20 times the speed of sound. This was because when he ran, the friction between his body and the atmosphere would produce a lot of energy. Although this energy was released by his body, it also caused a lot of resistance. The embryos of the Great Emperor were able to absorb all of it, causing Jiang Li to have no resistance in the air. He was like a shadow in the air, and the energy consumption was 10 times less than ordinary people. What a fast speed! Jiang Xinyue was caught off guard by Jiang Li. She grabbed at him casually, but she missed. Chase! She would definitely not allow Jiang Li to escape. Even if she had to chase him to the ends of the world, she would kill him. At the same time, she sent a message to Jiang Li. Jiang Mia, don't chase him anymore. This Jiang Li is cunning. If he breaks your soul card, you will meet with misfortune. I'll go back and inform the experts. Jiang Mia saw Jiang Xinyue and Jiang Li chasing him from afar. He knew that he was not as strong as Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xie's death just now had made him very wary. He stopped and clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced deep into his palms. Damn it, why is this little bastard so strong? I have to report this to the upper echelons of the clan, and even to Saint Nayland. This little bastard cannot be left alive. two figures flew across the sky of the cultivation world. They were Jiang Xinyue and Jiang Li, a man and a woman. The man was calm and composed, as though he was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden. He was also tall and handsome, with a domineering aura. The woman, on the other hand, was extremely charming. With a wave of her hand, clouds scattered in all directions, as if an ancient goddess had descended. These two could be said to be a perfect match. Unfortunately, they were now mortal enemies, and the woman was currently chasing after the man. Without a doubt, this man was Jiang Li. He was already 21 years old, and this woman was Jiang Xinyue. She swore that she would kill this person. The cultivation world was filled with strange mountains and terrains. Sometimes there were large rivers, sometimes there were tall mountains, and sometimes there were huge lakes, swamps, primeval forests, and deserts. There were even many broken spaces. High up in the sky, in the depths of the endless clouds, there were even deeper secrets. Jiang Li understood the cultivation world very well. The sky in the cultivation world was very high, and it could be calculated in light years. Unless one was a saint, no one could even dream of flying up there. This was because the cultivation world was the size of 3 solar systems, and the radius of the solar system was calculated in light years. Therefore, even if one's speed reached the speed of light, it would take a few years to reach the edge of the cultivation world. And the speed of light was 800,000 times the speed of sound. Even a saint couldn't surpass the speed of light. Their bodies could only reach 100,000 times the speed of sound. The reason why they could go to other planets was because of their willpower. Willpower was imagination. It wasn't material or energy, so it could go to any place. The speed of light couldn't compare to the ability of willpower to travel through time. The saint's willpower could travel through endless time and space and descend on a planet. Then, it would extract energy from the nearby dimension and condense it into a corpse or directly possess it. However, one had to be careful during this process because if the heaven's will of the planet discovered them, they would be killed immediately. Therefore, it was very dangerous for a saint to descend. Saints were like viruses that traveled through the universe. When they encountered a normal planet, they would descend and invade it. This was a saint. Whoosh! Jiang Li's body descended rapidly and landed on a mountain peak. He didn't plan to escape because Jiang Xinyue couldn't do anything to him. When he landed, Jiang Xinyue also landed 10 steps away from him. She didn't attack, but said calmly, "Why aren't you running? Based on your speed, you can still escape for a while. Your aura is still strong, and you haven't exhausted your energy. It seems like you want to fight me?" "No, I don't want to fight you." Jiang Li smiled. "You should know that your attacks have no effect on me. I just cultivated an ultimate martial art that can absorb all attacks and turn them into my own energy. The more ferocious your attacks are, the more energy I have. If your attacks are used to generate electricity, each attack can sustain a train for hundreds of kilometers. There's actually such a magical martial art in the world." Jiang Xinyue was slightly moved. It seems like the supreme scripture of longevity isn't the only peerless martial art. Therefore, I advise you not to waste your energy. Jiang Li said, "You can't kill me, and I can't kill you either. You are prepared, and my plan is useless against you. Fighting like this is a waste of time. You want me to let you go after killing Jiang Xie?" Jiang Xinyue laughed coldly. "I'm not asking you to let me go." A bright smile appeared on Jiang Li's face. "I just don't think it's meaningful. The cultivation world is so vast, and I need to find an opportunity. I don't have time to waste with you. Actually, you want to kill me, and I want to kill you too. To you, I'm just a mini-boss in the game, an elite monster. If I kill you, I can get a great reward from the system. You saw it yourself. When I killed Jiang Xie, I was finally blessed by heaven's will. I won't let you go, but..." Jiang Xinyue flicked her fingers in an elegant manner like a goddess. "If you tell me your secret or tell me your martial art, I can let you go. How about it? Are you dreaming?" Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. "No, it's good for both of us. Actually, you can see that I don't believe in Saint Nailan." Jiang Xinyue waved her hand. "As for the Jiang clan, it's not a big deal to me. I'm most concerned about advancing to the Saint realm. How about this? Let's exchange martial arts. I'll teach you the supreme longevity scripture, and you teach me your martial art. We'll exchange martial arts and get along well. How about that? Jiangli laughed out loud. Don't be greedy. The martial arts we practice are the most profound in the universe. We haven't reached a high realm yet, but we're going to give up on what's close at hand for what's far away. It's not a wise move. No, every martial art of God has its own profound meaning. Perhaps we can comprehend it by analogy. Martial arts can only be profound when it's broad. I've already understood a lot from our previous exchange. If we exchange martial arts, our martial arts will definitely improve by countless realms. In this world, building a cart behind closed doors will never achieve anything great. Jiang Xinyue's eyes were burning with passion. Chapter 300. This woman is a cultivation fanatic. When Jiang Li heard that Jiang Xinyue wanted to exchange techniques, he knew what kind of person she was. She would definitely put cultivation first for her own growth and improvement. Everything else, such as hatred, resentment, kinship, and family, would all be secondary. It had to be said that such a person was born to cultivate. For the sake of cultivation, she would give up everything. Jiang Li also knew that if they exchanged techniques, he would definitely be able to comprehend many of the skills in the supreme longevity scripture and cultivate the seal of the great emperor to a higher level. Moreover, the fist technique in the supreme longevity scripture was just a simple set of innate godly fists, but it had already obtained the fortune of heaven and earth, not to mention the more exquisite skills that had yet to be revealed. Only by broadening could one be profound. However, the seal of the great emperor was also quite mysterious. If Jiang Li exchanged with her, then the seal might fall into the hands of Jiang Nailin. When that happened, Jiang Nailin would be like a tiger that had grown wings. That was to strengthen the enemy. A peerless skill was something that he could not understand himself, but for a peerless talent like Jiang Nailin, she could see through all the changes effortlessly. Who knows, he might be able to completely understand the seal of the great emperor and fuse it with the supreme longevity scripture to cultivate a peerless skill that would form his own Tao. That was terrifying. Therefore, an exchange was definitely not an option. In the hands of Jiang Nailin, the seal of the great emperor would definitely turn something rotten into something magical. Haha, Jiang Xinyue, you don't have to say anymore. Everyone has their own unique skills. I admit that learning the supreme longevity scripture will bring me great benefits. But if my skill falls into the hands of Jiang Nailin, there will be terrible consequences. I'm afraid there will be dire consequences. Jiang Li secretly observed Jiang Xinyue's changes. He wanted to kill this woman. Once he killed this woman, more rewards from heavens would befall him, which could save him decades of cultivation. If he killed a few more Jiang family members, heavens would reward him even more. Although Jiang Li would not kill earthlings for no reason to obtain rewards, the people of the Jiang family were an exception. This was because he and the Jiang family were irreconcilable enemies. If he did not touch them, they would continue to hunt him down. Jiang Li had to be killed. He was not inflexible. Why would I tell this to Jiang Nailin? Jiang Xinyue smiled. My goal is to surpass Jiang Nailin and become the strongest saint. Yes, Jiang Li did not expect Jiang Xinyue to be so ambitious. He thought that everyone in the Jiang family worshipped Jiang Nailin. You are being disrespectful to Jiang Nailin. I'm afraid he will punish you. It seems that you are also an ambitious woman. Ambitious, Jiang Xinyue sneered. This is the normal mentality of a cultivator. In the face of power, they can remain humble, but there is no worship. I am who I am. Since I came to this world, I will live forever. As for Jiang Nailin, he actually encourages the disciples of the Jiang family to surpass him. If they do not have this mentality, how will the Jiang family develop and expand? It seems that Jiang Nailin is very broad-minded. Jiang Li said sarcastically, You don't understand him. Your understanding of him is too shallow. Jiang Xinyue waved her hand. All right, since you are not willing to hand over the technique, I can only capture you and use all sorts of methods to torture you. I might even hypnotize you. When that time comes, it will not be up to you. Come at me then. I want to see how many techniques you have. But I have to warn you. Jiangli looked around and realized that Jiang Xinyue was invulnerable. Even if it was her physical strength, he would not be able to do anything to her. But he would not let go of any chance. His mind flashed with all sorts of possibilities. I'm a very quick learner. I can learn any martial arts that I see, including your innate divine fist. I hope that you will not reveal the profoundness of your martial arts during our battle. Same here. This is what I want. I can also peek at the profoundness of your martial arts during our battle. Jiang Xinyue said, I know that you have cultivated that mystical technique and your brain cells are strong. But after cultivating my supreme scripture of longevity, my mind has also understood the profoundness of longevity. I can operate the innate great way and see through all the changes. Come on, I will fight with you. Let's see who can learn the other's unique technique first. Do you have the confidence to fight with me? Let's fight then. Do you think that I, Jiang Li, am afraid of a woman like you? Jiang Li knew that he had been targeted by Jiang Xinyue. In this woman's eyes, he was the prey. It is still uncertain who is the prey. Jiang Li's arm shook. The embryo in his body surged with endless power and penetrated his body. It made his body look like a high martial arts mecca. However, because he had not achieved the embryonic breathing realm, he could not activate the energy in his body and condense it in the air. For example, he could form a palm or a huge mountain to attack. Simply put, he could not release his energy. However, at this moment, the speed of his body was no less than remarkable power. It was even faster. With a punch, he could kill a person in the first tier of the embryonic breathing realm. Kill! As he shook, he struck with his fist. His arm actually rubbed against the atmosphere. With a rumble, a long flaming tail burst out. It reached the speed of a falling meteorite. However, this long flaming tail only flashed and was absorbed into his body. Then there was no sound. There was no explosion, no movement in the air, and no sound of fire. However, every time he punched out, an extremely fine, pitch-black arc would appear in the air, as if it was a crack in space. This was an extremely fast and extremely condensed Sciention stellar energy. This kind of Sciention stellar energy wasn't a wall of air or a wind blade, but an embryonic form of the dimensional slash formed by the high-speed condensation of air currents. The dimension slash was also a crack in the space. Of course, with Jiang Li's current strength, he could not open up a space. Even if he was 10 times stronger, he could not open up a space. Hence, his dimension slash was not the real dimension slash. It was just a high-speed condensed wind slash. The strongest magnum opus of the great Emperor's wind seal was the dimension slash. With a slash, it opened up a path in space. Although Jiang Li's cultivation was world apart from the dimension slash, under his slash, the high-speed condensation of the innate strong qi was enough to tear apart everything. Even if a warship appeared in front of him, it would be sliced into pieces in an instant. Amazing. Your cultivation has actually reached this stage? Seeing Jiang Li's slash, the black line twisted like a snake. Wherever it went, the mountain rock split. Nothing could stop the sharp edge of the black line. Jiang Xinyue's body leaped and dodged the black line. Immediately, a deep ravine was slashed in the ground. It even shot into the deepest part of the ground. It was at least a few hundred meters deep in the rocks. Spring water spurted out. From this, one could see how ferocious the black line was. Let's see if your physical body can escape the slash of my wind slash. The wind slash that Jiang Li unleashed was extremely powerful. Suddenly, there was another change. The wind slash trembled. Rumble. A mass of pitch-black air current spun at high speed like a black hole. It suddenly exploded in front of Jiang Xinyue. The surrounding air current exploded and turned into many black lines. These black lines were actually shaped like lightning. This was the thunder explosion of the great Emperor's lightning seal. It was also a way to control the air current. Whoosh, whoosh, the black lines enveloped Jiang Xinyue. She could only attack with her divine fists in an attempt to tear the black lines apart. However, the black lines still descended and cut into her body. If it wasn't for the innate strong qi shooting out of her body, she would have been torn apart by 5 horses. Damn it! A strong energy surged in Jiang Xinyue's body. It was the biological energy of the sacred fetus. Although it couldn't be released, it could still be used to heal injuries in her body. After cultivating the sacred fetus, the greatest benefit was to nourish the physical body, prolong life, and repair the physical body. It was much more powerful than the fruit of life. Actually, the fruit of life was also formed from a kind of biological energy. However, how could the healing of injuries compare to the intrinsic biological energy? Hence, once one cultivated to the embryonic breathing realm, even if one's internal organs were broken, they could be repaired. Even if one's heart was broken, one could use the powerful biological energy contained in the sacred fetus to create a new heart. If one had a profound realm, one could even create a new brain. This was because when a person's soul was injected into the sacred fetus, as long as the sacred fetus was not destroyed, the body could be created at will. One could even use the sacred fetus to take over the body directly. This was the benefit of the sacred fetus. Very good, Jiangli, very good. Jiang Xinyue healed the injuries on her body. This magnum opus of yours is indeed powerful. It can actually control the innate strong qi to such an extent. It can cut through all living things. If it allowed you to advance to the embryonic breathing realm, wouldn't you be the best in the embryonic breathing realm? Hence, I've decided to kill you. It's hard to say who will kill who. Jiang Li's strong confidence surged in his heart. Originally, he wasn't a match for Jiang Xinyue. However, Jiang Xinyue didn't dare to use her remarkable power and only used her physical body. On the other hand, he had been rewarded by heaven's will and cultivated the great emperor's embryo. His strength had increased tremendously, so he was confident that he could fight. In particular, the great emperor's embryo could absorb all injuries and turn them into energy. This made Jiang Li undefeatable. As long as Jiang Xinyue didn't use her remarkable power, he could totally fight her. Rumble. Jiang Xinyue used a starting stance. Her hands formed a ring in the air, like the sun and moon alternating. Suddenly, there was a series of changes. Then, her 10 fingers flicked continuously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless streams of air shot out, condensing into black lines that were exactly the same as Jiang Li's. These black lines were like ghosts and gods, suddenly shooting out, condensing into cracks in the void. Each crack seemed to have a mind of its own as it revolved around Jiang Li. Compared to Jiang Li's wind seal, it was actually much more mystical. I've learned a lot from this battle with you. I've finally comprehended many things that I didn't in the Longevity Supreme Sutra. Now, you can rest in peace. Jiang Xinyue seemed like she was about to make a breakthrough. Chapter 301. Jiang Xinyue's realm was the second tier of the embryonic breathing realm, the divine breathing realm. However, she was much stronger than the average second tier of the embryonic breathing realm. At the same level, she could easily fight against 10 or even dozens of people. Moreover, she was at the pinnacle of the divine breathing realm. Her body contained the 9 great sacred fetuses, and she was about to advance to the mixed primordial breathing realm. Of course, it was very difficult for her to advance. What others could do with a fraction of their strength, she had to use 100 or even 1,000% of her strength to do. Actually, she and Jiang Li were the same kind of people. They were both geniuses, people who had obtained the strongest magnum opuses. Of course, they also had ambitions and wanted to achieve great things. Kill. She struck out with a move. It was the connate divine fists for elements of emptiness. The 4 elements of emptiness was a phrase from Buddhism. It meant that the earth, water, fire, and wind were all products of karma and fate. Everything would become emptiness. Of course, this supreme scripture of longevity had nothing to do with Buddhism. It was a martial art from an extraterrestrial civilization. However, when translated, it was the same as the 4 elements of emptiness. Once this move was unleashed, everything in the surroundings, including the hard things, the wet things, the fire, the warm things, the wind, and the dynamic things, would all disappear. All that was left were pitch-black lines that formed concentric circles, like black holes. This had the same magical effect as Jiang Li's Great Emperor Wind Seal. Wind was not the flow of air, but represented motion. All phenomena of movement could be called wind. Hence, when Jiang Xinyue's 4 elements of emptiness was executed, it was composed of the 4 elements of hardness, moisture, warmth, and motion. Jiang Li's body retreated rapidly. Fist after fist changed in the air. He executed the 4 seals of water, fire, wind, and thunder. Each seal collided with Jiang Xinyue. With each collision, he could feel the destructive power of his opponent's fist technique. It bombarded his body. Although it was absorbed by the embryo, there was still some left in his body that could not be dispelled, causing huge damage to his cells. This was a sign of the opponent's fist technique being too strong. Even if it was a generator, it could be destroyed when it encountered a flood. This was also the truth of the universe. However, he was not afraid at all. His mind could perform billions of calculations in a second. Of course, these calculations were all valid calculations. In fact, in the early days of the country, the speed of the supercomputer had already reached 100 billion times per second, but it was not an effective calculation. There were very few valid calculations. Right now, Jiang Li's mind was filled with effective calculations. Every calculation was a complete future. Crack! The 2 arms collided, and Jiang Li's internal bones continuously exploded as if they had been shattered. The impact was too great, but his body spun slightly and floated up like a willow catkin. The embryo's biological energy surged out and repaired his bones and marrow. This was the benefit of being an embryo. It could heal injuries at any time. It was equivalent to implanting a super medical kit in his body, making him immortal. Kill! He spun again, and the great emperor's human seal appeared. He was like an emperor, and his words were lost. His palm seemed to expand to become a fist, and many words appeared in his palm. They looked like ancient bird-shaped characters, and they were full of power. With each slap, it was like an emperor stamping his imperial seal on an imperial edict. This was the power of the great emperor's human seal. Like an emperor stamping his imperial seal, it could not be changed. It was announced to the world, and everyone regarded it as the highest standard. Once the imperial edict arrived, the power of life and death was in the hands of the emperor. An imperial edict could bestow death to anyone at will, and no one could resist it. In the battle, Jiang Li had gradually mastered the mysteries of the great emperor's human seal. He was actually able to fight against Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xinyue snorted coldly. He suddenly rose into the air and clenched his hand again. Suddenly, 3 flowers condensed from Kanate Gang Qi appeared above his head. They were pitch black like black holes, and they flew toward Jiang Li. 3 flowers at the crown. Jiang Li's hands formed a seal, and the 3 flowers were defeated. However, his body was broken everywhere, and he looked as if he had been cut by 1,000 knives. 5 Qis collecting. Jiang Xinyue used another skill from the innate divine fist. 5 waves of qi surged out like the Milky Way, one wave after another, pushing Jiang Li back. The mountains they fought on crumbled, and rocks the size of water buffaloes, houses, and even half of the mountains fell down. Some of the rocks were even tossed into the air, and the 2 of them were like a destructive machine. But Jiang Li used the great emperor's human seal again, dispelling the attacks one after another. At the same time, he absorbed the injuries and gathered them into a powerful force in his body. The embryo of the great emperor squirmed and changed, and the mysteries of the great emperor's seal appeared in his mind again and again. He started to study the mysteries of the great emperor's earth seal. The great emperor's 9 seals. Each seal was more profound than the last. The human seal was already difficult to understand, and the earth seal was almost impossible to understand. However, now that Jiang Li's feet were firmly planted on the ground, and he activated the great emperor's seal, he could feel the true meaning of the earth, which was to carry, nurture, tolerate, and return. As the saying went, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The earth was the home of the soul. Jiang Li's hands subconsciously formed hand seals. Boom! Deep under his feet, there seemed to be a boundless godly power being developed, and it was imbued into his psyche, causing his psyche to skyrocket. He understood a bit of the mysteries of the great Emperor's Earth Seal. The earth is boundless, and virtue carries all things. Dust returns to its home, and the soul remains. Gotcha! Zhongli suddenly pulled his hands together as if he was grabbing the entire earth, and with a slap, he broke his opponent's 5 Chi's unifications, and he even countered with a strong earth Chi. 8 groups of heavenly dragons. An intense explosion triggered her strongest move, and every strike had the power to overturn the seas and rivers. Jiang Xinyue burst forth with her Khanate Godly Fist's 8th move. This move, when translated, was called 8 Groups of Heavenly Dragons. In the Buddhist scriptures, the 8 groups of heavenly dragons were 8 races that had converted to Buddhism. They were extremely strong in battle, and in order to spread the teachings of Buddhism, they fought against the devils and conquered the heavens, which were also known as the various dimensions. Therefore, when this move was unleashed, there were 8 different auras. Some were ferocious, some were cruel, some were sinister, some were gentle, and some were merciful. Each of the auras gave off the feeling that they were fighting against a race. The power of the 8 races gathered together and surged forth, clashing with Jiang Li's Earth Seal. In that instant, Jiang Li felt a violent earth chi surging towards him. There was even a hint of energy mixed within it, and a scene of certain death flashed through his mind. Screw it. Without hesitation, Jiang Li unleashed his full strength, and even infused all the psyche and power of the Great Emperor Embryo into the Great Emperor's Seal. If he failed, he would die. A huge explosion occurred. The two of them clashed rapidly, and Jiang Li felt as though his body had suffered 8 consecutive heavy blows. Each blow seemed to shatter his internal organs, and his entire body was flung out, unable to move. At that moment, one of the soul cards on Jiang Xinyue's body shattered. The power of her 8 division spiritual dragon's attack had actually triggered the heavenly will. Gotcha, gotcha! Intense heavenly fire, lightning, and cracks locked onto her, all converging on her body. Ark! Jiang Xinyue cried out. Longevity seal, seal the saint fetus. Immediately, a majestic sealing aura circled within her body, and before long, she had sealed all the energy within her body. Immediately, the heavenly will's tribulation eased, but she was still heavily injured. Just now, in order to completely injure Jiang Li, she had unleashed her mystique. However, Jiang Li had seized the opportunity to absorb all the souls within her soul card, and her energy had triggered the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, she was also heavily injured. Plop! She sat down not far from Jiang Li, closed her eyes, and began to recuperate. She had not been killed by the heavenly tribulation because she had used the longevity seal to seal her own ability. However, this seal had suffered a great loss, and after sealing it, it would be very troublesome to undo the seal. Jiang Li lay on the ground, looked at Jiang Xinyue, and said, "Both sides have suffered. This time, your injuries are not light, right? Your internal organs have all ruptured. If you want to recover, I'm afraid it will take a few days." Jiang Xinyue opened her eyes and said plainly, "Before that, you will not be able to move at all. Moreover, you are not in the embryonic breathing realm, so you cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so your injuries will recover very slowly. However, it is different for me. I will recover in about a few hours." A few hours? Don't forget, your soul card has already disappeared. I use my mind to absorb all the soul power within it. Now, you are clearly exposed to the Emperor Star's Heaven's will surveillance. I'm afraid that Heavens will issue a mission and send many experts to kill you. However, I am different. The aura on my body is completely the aura of the cultivation world. Jiang Li did not move. He used his mind to observe his body and realized that it was a mess inside. All his internal organs were twisted, and his bones had also turned into powder. If he was an ordinary person, he would be dead. However, after he had cultivated the great Emperor Embryo, he had a strong life force. As long as he activated his life potential and gradually repaired his internal organs and bones, he could still be as lively as before. This was the benefit of cultivating the great emperor embryo. If he hadn't cultivated the embryo of a great emperor, he would have died. One life and one death. It was that simple. Just wait and see. Jiang Xinyu did not say anything and was quietly circulating her energy. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was also working hard to repair his body so that he could stand up. Now, both of his legs were a pile of mud, and he could not stand up at all. He had to rely on powerful biological energy to reforge his bones. Even his brain cells were slightly damaged. However, he did not rely on his brain to think. Instead, he relied on the combination of his mind and the great emperor embryo. However, if he wanted to move around in the material realm, his body had to be repaired. The two of them were silent. They did not bicker and continued to repair themselves. However, after an hour, a strange laughter suddenly came from the sky. Then, a person appeared on the mountain peak that the two of them were at. It was a middle-aged man with a gloomy look. He wore a luxurious golden-green robe, and a small emerald bird with a long tail stood on his shoulder. He was holding a flute in his hand. Both of you are actually injured. This is really my chance. The middle-aged man was obviously a native of the cultivation world. He laughed. One is in the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm, while the other is in the Chongding realm. There's such a huge difference, but both of you are injured. 10,000 beasts, Venerable One. At that instant, Jiang Xinyue's face turned ghastly pale. Chapter 302. The 10,000 beasts, Venerable One was actually watching them and was waiting to take advantage of them when both of them were injured. Not only Jiang Xinyue, but even Jiang Li felt that the situation was extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, they could not move at the moment as if they were broken machines. They had the heart, but their bodies could not move. Initially, during the critical moment of life and death, Jiang Xinyue could activate her sacred fetus to fly and abandon her body to find another body to possess. Now that her soul card had been destroyed, if the sacred fetus flew out, it would probably be killed by heaven's will in an instant. Besides, the sacred fetus might not be able to fly out of the 10,000 beasts Venerable One's hands. This was because the 10,000 beasts Venerable One was a powerhouse in the origin breathing state. Although the 10,000 beasts Venerable One retreated after Jiang Xie, Jiang Nie, and Jiang Xinyue joined hands, it was very cunning and could not be predicted with common sense. Jiang Nie had been watching in the dark, and he finally found an opportunity. He looked at Jiang Li and clicked his tongue. A God-given genius, a God-given genius. I've never seen such a genius. Chongding's boundary is fighting against a cultivator in the second level of the embryonic breathing state. Both of them were injured, and this lady isn't an ordinary cultivator in the second level of the embryonic breathing state. I really don't want to kill you, but I want to take you in as my disciple to inherit my teachings. You'll bring honor to my family. Besides, you don't have the aura of an otherworldly devil on you. In any case, it's a strong aura from the cultivation world, so you're obviously blessed by heaven. Hee, you're mistaken. 10,000 beasts, Venerable One. Jiang Xinyue calmed down from the initial shock. The lady had always been calm and collected. She did not change her expression even when 10,000 swords pierced her heart, and she spoke frankly with assurance. As such, Jiang Li rather admired her. Disciples from the Jiang family, who could fight in the cultivation world, were naturally exceptional geniuses. How could I be mistaken? The 10,000 beasts Venerable One moved all of a sudden, causing clouds and mist to appear around it. They enveloped Jiang Li and Jiang Xinyue. Then they actually soared into the sky. Gentlemen, I'll bring you to a good place. Ha ha ha. Let's talk nicely. I can't bear to kill you. 10,000 beasts, Venerable One. He's also the otherworldly devil that you mentioned. He's the same as me, so don't misjudge him. Jiang Xinyue moved her body. When she saw Jiang Li leaning against her, she could not move at all because the 10,000 beasts Venerable One had placed Jiang Li with her. She felt uncomfortable because their bodies were pressed against each other, but she could only endure it. Jiang Li smiled bitterly and said, Jiang Xinyue, both of us have suffered great losses, and others have taken advantage of us. How can you say that? Right now, we should work together and escape with our lives. Ha ha! The 10,000 beasts venerable one laughed out loud. You escaped? You're interesting to think about escaping at this time. Of course. Also, this woman is an otherworldly demon. If you kill her, you will be rewarded by heaven's will. Seeing that Jiang Xinyue was bad-mouthing him, Jiang Li added some rotten medicine. Ha ha! The 10,000 beasts venerable one laughed out loud again. You don't need to fight, and I won't kill you. You are very valuable to me. So how can I bear to kill you? That said, I'll have to carefully consider how I should deal with you. Let's go to my 10,000 beast cave. After flying for about a day and a night, Jiang Li and Jiang Xinyue were thrown together along the way. Both of them remained silent as they healed their injuries. The 10,000 beasts venerable one also ignored them as though it was letting them treat its injuries. Nonetheless, Jiang Li felt that he was circulating his energy much slower inside the cloud, and Jiang Xinyue's injuries were not treated at all. He knew the 10,000 beasts venerable one was playing tricks on him. All of a sudden, the cloud withdrew, and the two of them fell. It was then when Jiang Li realized that he and Jiang Xinyue had entered the depths of a cave. It was a stone cave, which was extremely spacious and tens of meters tall. It was surrounded by coral bookshelves, and it gave off an ancient feeling. Other than that, in the center of the cave, there was a pill furnace. It was about 20 meters tall, and below it, the earth fire was burning fiercely. The walls of the cave were inlaid with bright gems, illuminating the cave so that there was not a trace of darkness. In the corner, there was a spring that was spewing clear spring water, forming a small deep pool. In front of the bookshelf was a zither. On the wall, swords were hung. Clear water, alchemy furnace, bookshelf, ancient swords, and zither. These items formed the cave's interior decoration, which looked simple, elegant, and otherworldly. From this, it could be seen that the 10,000 beasts venerable one was not an evil cultivator, but a hermit immortal-like figure. Following that, Jiang Li realized that he and Jiang Xinyue had landed on a big bed. The bed was padded with thick beast hides, which were made from some unknown animal's fur. It was incredibly comfortable, as if they were in the clouds. The 10,000 beasts venerable one sat down and looked at Jiang Li and Jiang Xinyue, which it had thrown onto the bed. It stated, "You're both geniuses, so I can't bear to kill you. How about this? Tell me your techniques, then acknowledge me as your disciples. After that, acknowledge me as your master and become my disciple, and I'll let you off." Acknowledge me as your master? I'm an otherworldly devil. Jiang Xinyue was very calm. Aren't you afraid that you'll be implicated and the cultivation world's heavens will punish you? The cultivation world's heavens will. The 10,000 beasts venerable one looked at the sky. Heaven's will is unpredictable, but I finally understand that heaven is actually a restraint for us. It only treats us as food, and it'll harvest us once it's full. Honestly, I'm envious of otherworldly devils like you. No, humans from Earth. You're not bound by heaven's will, and you can fight and plunder freely in the universe. Why? 10,000 beasts venerable one, are you thinking that the cultivation world is going to be destroyed soon, so you want to rely on humans from Earth? That's great. You're forsaking darkness for light. Jiang Xinyue immediately responded, I guarantee that you'll be rich and powerful, and your cultivation base will rise greatly. You should know who's behind me, Saint Nalen. Your cultivation world saints fought him countless times, and he even killed one of them. I'm sure you know what kind of person he is. If you rely on the Jiang family, you'll be a high-ranking official among the humans on Earth in the future. I know about Jiang Nalen. He's powerful indeed. The 10,000 beasts venerable one nodded. But I don't believe that he can resist heaven's will. Oh? If he can't resist heaven's will, who can? Jiang Xinyue questioned. Among the humans on Earth, there's a being called Wang Chao. Many years ago, he descended to the cultivation world and built the first base. Many of our saints fought him, and they even joined hands, but they couldn't defeat him. In the end, Heavenswell made a move, but he communicated with the fire dimension and built a massive formation. He said that he was going to destroy the cultivation world, but Heavenswell couldn't do anything about it. So it reached an agreement with him and was willing to let humans from Earth live there. Once the humans from Earth came, they burned, killed, and looted. Heavenswell initially wanted to question Wang Chao, but he disappeared completely, so it annulled the agreement and wanted to kill the humans from Earth. The 10,000 Beasts Venerable One continued. Therefore, Jiang Nailan is really nothing to Wang Chao. Something like that happened? I only know that Wang Chao was the first person to build a base in the cultivation world, but I didn't know that he fought Heavenswell. Jiang Xinyue was shocked. That's only a secret, and I heard it from a great ancestor. Needless to say, Heavenswell isn't worthy of admiration or respect from me. I also know that after we die, Heavenswell will suck us away and make us a part of it. As the saying goes, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Heaven treats us as food, so I naturally won't respect it at all. The 10,000 Beasts Venerable One continued. But I won't surrender to the humans from Earth either. They treat me as a different species because I have a different bloodline, so I can't blend in with them. Therefore, I'll look for an opportunity to become a saint. Become a saint? You're still a chaotic origin breath now, so you're worlds away from becoming a saint. Jiangli could not help but add. Besides, I think Heavenswell is very strict with saints now, because a saint will escape its supervision if one appears. That's why I thought of you. The 10,000 Beasts Venerable One pointed at Jiangli. Especially you. If I'm not mistaken, you're born with great luck. You're a chess piece set up by the cultivation world's will. You're wrong this time. He's a real human from Earth. Jiang Xinyue smiled and was about to say something else. She knew she would be doomed if she ended up in the 10,000 Beasts Venerable One's hands, but she still talked and laughed cheerfully. Colors could only be seen between life and death. Even if he's a human from Earth, he's also Heaven's will's chess piece. You can set up chess pieces in the cultivation world, but can't Heaven's will do the same for humans from Earth? The 10,000 Beasts Venerable One had a mysterious look on its face. Okay, I'll cut to the chase. Long ago, I obtained a 10,000 Beast devil-subduing secret classic and even obtained a pill from an ancient powerhouse. I cultivated hard for 300 years to achieve what I have now, but I don't have much time left. Even if my body doesn't decay, my soul will be pulled away by the void's power of nothingness because it has matured. Therefore, I must borrow your powers to break through. Oh, you're in the embryonic breathing state, but you'll die of old age in 300 years? How's that possible? Jiang Xinyue's face changed. She seemed to have heard a secret. According to scientific theory, a body as a fetus can be preserved for at least a few thousand years, or even 10,000 years. A powerful body can increase one's lifespan, but the soul's death can't be avoided. Do you know what dying without a disease means? Many people have good bodies, but they die all of a sudden because their souls have matured. As soon as one's soul matures, it'll be sucked away by the void. A human's soul comes from the void. After a period of time, one's soul will be sucked away by the void, and it'll disperse. Therefore, a human's lifespan is related to the body, but it's also closely related to the soul, Jiangli explained. He dreamt back to the cultivation world, so he knew the secret of a human's life and death. Humans on Earth had only lived for 200 years, so they thought that they would not die if they had strong bodies and did not age. In actual fact, they were wrong. If one could not die if one had a good body, what about the countless people in history who died without a disease? Chapter 303. Life and death were very mysterious things. It was not only about one's body. If one's body was immortal, one would not die, and the humans on Earth would have expanded by 10 times. In the history of medicine on Earth, many old people were in good health. Medical experts judged that they could live for decades, but one day, they suddenly died peacefully. This was what it meant when one's soul became mature, and one would die without a disease. Therefore, as powerful as one was, one could not live forever. In the cultivation world, even a powerhouse in the meditative state could only live for 1,000 years. Afterward, his soul would suddenly mature and return to the void. But the moment it returned to the void, it would be intercepted by the cultivation world's heaven's will and integrated into one's will. Therefore, one's life did not depend on one's body, but one's soul. This was also studied in modern society. It was a class on soul grafting techniques. This was because scientific research showed that if an animal's soul was grafted onto a machine, the soul could still survive. This showed what exactly one's life depended on. Zhongli knew this, and he also knew he would die sooner or later. If he did not break through to the embryonic breathing state, he would live for 200 years at most before he would die without a disease. As for his parents, they would also die after a century. Perhaps with the support of modern science, their bodies would still look youthful, but their souls would have deteriorated. The 10,000 beast Venerable One was in the embryonic breathing state and the mixed primordial breathing state, which was the third level. Even so, it had lived for over 300 years and did not have much time left. Perhaps it would die in 400 to 500 years. Therefore, it was very anxious to break through as soon as possible. If not, the longer it dragged on, the less likely it would break through, and its soul would slowly age. Our fist technique consumes a lot of soul power. In particular, meditation consumes mental energy. Even if you learn it, not only will you not improve, but you'll also consume your soul power. That'll make your soul age early. Zhongli said in a sincere tone. That's why, if you cultivate our cultivation method, you will die early. Forget it. Since you're unwilling, and I can't bear to kill you, I have no choice but to hypnotize you first. The 10,000 beasts Venerable One did not say much. Once I hypnotize you and make you perform the techniques that you've learned obediently, I'll begin to comprehend them and cultivate to the state of meditation. Afterward, I'll slowly tame you and make you my disciples to work for me. Many sects yearn to have two geniuses like you, but they can't. As long as I use you, my sect will develop and become stronger. As he spoke, he sat in front of a zither and began to play. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound of the zither spread out like flowing water. The music was like a hypnotic note, spreading through the air into Zhongli's body. Zhongli immediately felt dizzy, and even the movement of the great emperor embryo slowed down. Resist! He immediately used his mind to resist, but the sound of the zither became stronger and stronger. Soon his mind began to blur. However, he used the human seal again to digest the souls he had absorbed, and his mind gradually became clear. Not bad, not bad. My confusing zither music can't do anything to you. Your mental energy is really surging, but it doesn't matter. I'll continue to hypnotize you. Let's see if you can resist it. The 10,000 beasts Venerable One praised them. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the sound of the zither became impassioned. It sounded like the whistling of a strong wind, the roar of a fierce warrior, and the fury of a thunderbolt. Bam! Zhongli spat out blood again. On the other side, Jiang Xinyue did not have a good time either. She turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood too. Jiang Xinyue, I think we can only let go of our past enmity and connect our minds to resist it together. Zhongli offered an olive branch. Stop dreaming. Jiang Xinyue sneered. You're you. I'm saying that it's dangerous now, but it's also the best training opportunity. If you can't hold on, you can die. You. Zhongli was so furious that he felt dizzy. He had never seen someone as stubborn as Jiang Xinyue. Okay, let's see if you can hold on longer or if I can. As he spoke, he calmly meditated. The great emperor's embryo squirmed slowly as if it had really entered a peaceful embryonic breathing state. It's a pity that my great emperor's relic isn't here, so I can't replenish my energy. If not, I can perform the embryonic breathing state to absorb the universe's essence and spiritual chi, and I won't be afraid of the 10,000 beasts Venerable One at all. Zhang Li's original combat power was roughly on par with a powerhouse in the second stage of the embryonic breathing state, which was divine breath. However, after he absorbed Jiang Xie's holy child, he was supported by heaven's will and absorbed so many souls to cultivate the great emperor's embryo in one go. As such, he could resist a powerhouse in the chaotic breath state. If he also included the Great Emperor's Relic, he might not be able to defeat the 10,000 Beasts Venerable One. Unfortunately, he was injured now, so he could only allow himself to be trampled upon. Ha! You're still going toe-to-toe with each other, huh? But you're so powerful that even my hypnosis can't do anything to you. Looks like I can only perform the yin and yang integration art to make you attack each other to consume your mental energy. Then I'll take advantage of the situation. The 10,000 Beasts Venerable One laughed out loud. All of a sudden, the sound of the guqin changed. It became sad and lingering, but at the same time, it was filled with the smell of women and the smell of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Anyone who heard it would feel like they were being burned, and it evoked the most primitive desire and secretion of hormones deep inside one's heart. As long as one was a living being, one would have a primitive desire to mate deep inside one's soul. Now that Jiang Li and Jiang Xinyue were going toe-to-toe with each other, the 10,000 Beasts Venerable One wanted to make them mate. Then they would fight each other to crush their minds. At last, it would take advantage of the situation and hypnotize them. You! Damn it! Jiang Xinyue was furious. 10,000 Beasts Venerable One. I'll definitely kill you once I'm healed and get out. I'm fulfilling your wish. Honestly, you and Jiang Li are a perfect match. How about I host your marriage? Then you can cast aside your hatred and stay here peacefully. What do you think? The 10,000 Beasts Venerable One laughed out loud. Pill Furnace, the 7 emotions, and 6 desires powder. Rumble. The pill furnace in the cave suddenly emitted a lot of red smoke, dyeing the entire cave pink. On the other hand, the 10,000 Beasts Venerable One seemed to be afraid of the pink smoke too. It flashed and left the cave, leaving behind a series of sounds. This is the smoke of 7 emotions and 6 desires that I refined by gathering 10,000 beasts' lustful energies. Even I can't resist it, and I'll be burned if I absorb even a little bit of it. My essence and blood will dry up, so I'm leaving it for you. Once you absorb it, your mental powers will be engulfed by the fire of desire. Then, I will be able to deal with you calmly. There's no rush, no rush. Now, I'll leave you to enjoy. Roar. Sure enough, Jiang Li let out a loud roar. He breathed in quite a bit of smoke. This pink smoke wasn't a particle, but a type of energy. An extremely strange energy seeped into his body and immediately triggered his most primal and instinctive desires. Jiang Li, what are you trying to do? Jiang Xinyue forced herself to move. She had also absorbed quite a lot of the smoke, but she was suppressing it inside her body as she wanted to use the holy fetus energy to dissolve it. It's nothing. I'm too heavily injured, so I can't suppress the smoke's instincts anymore. Don't blame me if I do something later. Creaks could be heard coming from inside Jiang Li's body, as though he was trying his best to suppress it too. Nonetheless, he was much more injured than Jiang Xinyue, hence he could not suppress it at all. The smoke was too violent, hence it would take a lot of energy to completely suppress it. I'll kill you. Jiang Xinyue looked fearful. Don't come over. Suppress it. Quickly suppress it. I can't help it. Man proposes, God disposes. It's your fault for chasing me all the way. Now, I have no choice but to resign myself to fate. Jiang Li seemed to be unable to control his body as he suddenly pounced forward. Rip! Rip! With a few sounds, Jiang Xinyue's clothes were torn to shreds, revealing her white, sheep-like body. Her legs were long and slender, and her breasts were tall. Every inch of her skin was flawless as it was displayed in front of Jiang Li. Jiang Li, I'm going to kill you. Are you taking revenge on me? You can suppress the smoke in your body, but you beat me at my own game and raped me on purpose. I won't let you off. Jiang Xinyue's mental storm swept out and pierced deeply into Jiang Li's mind in an attempt to stop him. However, this time, it became even more intense. The smoke of 7 emotions and 6 desires was an extremely powerful energy. It could even affect other people's minds. It was like taking drugs and causing hallucinations. This smoke was thousands of times more powerful than taking drugs. Jiang Xinyue's mind was a kind of catalyst. Her female soul pierced into Jiang Li's mind and stimulated the smoke of 7 emotions and 6 desires. Bang! Jiang Li's body pressed down on her. Jiang Xinyue felt like a pitiful little rabbit being pressed down by a dahe bear. She could not escape. Her mental storm was going crazy. Jiang Li, I won't let you off. I'll make you suffer the most painful torture in the world and make you unable to reincarnate forever. Her mental storm came to an abrupt end. She felt a long thing penetrating her body and then moving violently. What was even worse was that she actually felt pleasure. Under the influence of the smoke of 7 emotions and 6 desires, her most primitive desire was activated. Even a holy fetus was almost lost. I'm going all out. I won't let you have your way even if I have to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Li, you're finished. I'm going to die with you. At the last moment, Jiang Xinyue's mind unlocked all the seals. The 9 holy fetus appeared and was about to trigger the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, she used the power of the 9 holy fetus to attack Jiang Li. However, as soon as her holy fetus attacked Jiang Li's body, it immediately triggered the great emperor's embryo to absorb it. The 2 holy fetus suddenly fused, and an incredible change immediately occurred. Originally, Jiang Li's holy fetus was the embryo of the great emperor. Although it was just an embryo, it still contained the aura of a god. Jiang Li's embryo was the same. It was a martial art left behind by a god. Moreover, the great Emperor Changsheng and the godhead were inextricably linked. Under the stimulation of the smoke of 7 emotions and 6 desires, they suddenly fused and immediately erupted with an aura that could destroy the entire cave. Jiang Xinyue wanted to die with Jiang Li. Huge energy exploded from her body and spread out. If there were no accidents, it was indeed possible that Jiang Xinyue and Jiang Li would die together. But at that moment, countless lightning and flames descended, and there were even cracks in the space. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.